Call the meeting to order at 6 p.m. Maya, can you establish a quorum?
Yes, trustee Brown,
Present.
trustee Kobos-Smith,
Here.
trustee Lathan,
Here.
vice president Rocha,
Here.
president Hernandez.
Here. And before we officially start our meeting, we'll start with the oath of office that Dr. Martinez will lead us through the procedural pieces of that.
Yes, very good. Good evening, everyone. This is the official oath of office time. First, we will have President Hernandez provided the oath by visiting Councilwoman Tamisha Torres Walker. And so we'll have them both come up to the front. We do have the oath for us to process that, so I'll have you come on up. And we'll do it maybe right in the front over here.
Can you get by? Oh dear. Okay.
I think we just go here. Yeah, like here at the mic, because I think we have a camera that faces this direction.
All right, so start here, because this is different from the cities.
Oh, yeah. Wait. Yes, yes. Okay.
All right, raise your right hand. Ready? Repeat after me. For the oath of office of Antioch Unified School District Governing Board Member, Area 1, I, Antonio Hernandez,
I, Antonio Hernandez,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
that I will support and defend
that I will support and defend
the Constitution of the United States
the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
that I will bear true faith and allegiance
to the Constitution
to the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservations
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will
and that I will
well and faithfully
well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much for coming. I appreciate it.
Thank you for having me do this. This is exciting. And I'm excited to have you in my area again for another term.
There is an official part of the signature on that first page. No, I'll just put it on the actual, that's it. You are saying, here, let's see, signature of person administrating oath, here, right there, and then your title underneath.
Yeah, you have to be careful with these chairs, they roll out, but it went away from under you.
We can get your signature after if you want, Antonio, or you can do it now.
I did it once at City Council. I fell with several in my brother, I fell here.
Here, yes, that's your line. We'll have Maya apply, put the dates in. Right. This one back, and you receive the certificate. And I'll give you And you'll get a copy of this. Thank you for coming and participating. Appreciate it. Nice meeting you. Give that to you. Okay. And next, I believe we're going to do this together. Is this correct, or are we going to do it individually? Individually, very good. So we will have, just by process here, I'm looking at Dee Brown, I believe, is next, and her oath of office will be administered by Dr. Jag Lathan. Just stay seated while you guys go by. And Dr. Jag.
I'm sorry.
Can you tell I'm excited? All right. This is for the Office of Antioch Unified School District Governing Board, Area 3. And you will repeat after me. I, Dee Brown,
I, Dee Brown,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
or affirm
that I will support
I will support
and defend
and defend
the Constitution
the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution
and the Constitution
of the State of California
of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
and I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will
and that I will,
well and faithfully
and well and faithfully,
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
which I'm about to enter.
Perfect, very good.
Congratulations.
So we'll sign this very quickly.
You sign, Dee, you sign on this line right here. Nathan, you fill out the other two lines. We'll do the date over there. Okay, and this is your certificate. Now we'll have Dr. Lathan stay where she is and have Olga Koba-Smith come on down for her swearing in.
Log on, log in, log in, log in, log in.
We're waiting till her mom gets on, online.
Yes, she's on.
Okay. All right. This, I'm excited, by the way. I'm just so grateful. This is for the office, you don't have to repeat this, of Antioch Unified School District Governing Board Member, Area 4. Now you repeat after me. I, Olga Kobo-Smith,
I, Olga Kobo-Smith,
do solemnly swear
do solemnly swear
or affirm
or affirm
that I will support
that I will support
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California
and the Constitution of the State of California
against all enemies,
against all enemies,
foreign and domestic,
foreign and domestic,
that I will bear true faith
that I will bear true faith
and allegiance
and allegiance
to the Constitution of the United States
to the Constitution of the United States
and the Constitution of the State of California,
and the Constitution of the State of California,
that I take this obligation freely
that I take this obligation freely
without any mental reservation
without any mental reservation
or purpose of evasion,
or purpose of evasion,
and that I will
and that I will
well and faithfully
well and faithfully
discharge the duties
discharge the duties
upon which I am about to enter.
upon which I am about to enter.
Congratulations.
And then we'll get you a copy of this once it gets processed.
And then not to put anyone on the spot, but I think it'd be appropriate if either of you have any brief remarks you'd like to say at this time.
Good evening. I just want to say I am honored and thankful for this opportunity. If you would have told me back when I was living in San Francisco in Hunters Point that in 2004 I would be sworn in as a school board trustee, I wouldn't believe you. I have been working with kids and for kids, supporting both kids and families for over 25 years. And so I am honored. I don't take this lightly. It's just not a seat for me, it's work for me. It's not just work, and then it's also passion for me. I'm passionate about what I do. I have family and friends here that can testify to that. And I'm just honored to be here and to work with each and every one of you, families that I've met so far and the families that I have not met, and looking forward to rebuilding our village, because it takes a village to support our children. Thank you.
I would like to take this opportunity to first thank the voters of Area 4 for electing me to this position. I'm really excited and will work dutifully to make sure that our schools excel. I would also like to thank my mama, who cannot be here, but I know is watching on YouTube. I love you. I love you. I love you. Your work ethic and the path you've paved, prioritizing education, is why I'm sitting in this seat right now, Mama. And I wish you were here in person, but YouTube is the next best thing. And to my daughter, I love you. Lily, fighting for your education is always worth it. Okay, sweetheart? And to my brother, thank you. Thank you for being here and representing the family. And then, of course, Mama, our matriarch. Thank you for being here and supporting me. I'm going to give a shout out to YouTube, another one, to the Education Justice Academy, C4, the fourth cohort. You guys will be here with me in this seat. Thank you for preparing me, and I'm excited to get to work. Let's do this.
And I just want to offer, such a warm welcome to our new trustees. I'm excited to get focused on the work of supporting our students. And with that, I'll keep my comments really brief so that we can focus on the work. Next, we have closed session. So we do have five items on our closed session agenda. Actually, 6 items. On our closed session agenda, we have item A, public employee appointment, interim superintendent. Item B, conference with labor negotiators, agency designated representative Matthew Jewell Darlington, unrepresented employee, interim superintendent/superintendent. C, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation and liability claim pursuant to Government Code Sections 5495-6, 1D, Maria Velasquez Hernandez versus Antioch Unified School District. Item D, conference with labor negotiator, agency negotiator, Dr. Robert Martinez, employee organization, California School Employees Association, Chapter 85. E, public employee discipline dismissal release, pursuant to Government Code 54957. And item F, reentry of stipulated expulsion, number E857. So with that, we'll go to closed session and we'll return to open session at 7 p.m. All right, I call us back to open session at 7:10 PM. Can we get the quorum reestablished?
Yes. Trustee Brown?
Present.
Trustee Cobo-Smith?
Present.
Trustee Lathan?
Present.
Vice President Rocha?
Here.
President Hernandez?
Here. Item B, reports from closed session. There are no reports. Moving on to C, flag salute. Trustee Brown, do you want to lead us in the flag salute?
Sure. Ready? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Great. Next, we're moving on to item D, approval of board minutes for the regular Board of Education meeting of November 13th, 2024. Unless there's any changes or discussions, I'll entertain a motion to approve the minutes as presented.
I move approval.
Great. It's been moved. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Great. So it's been properly moved and seconded to approve the minutes as presented. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no. And the motion passes. Moving on to 4, Superintendent's Report. I will turn it over to Dr. Martinez.
Thank you, President Hernandez. Music programs abound in the district. Over the past week and a half, there have already been events at Mission, Orchard Park, Muir, London, Lone Tree Elementaries, Antioch Middle School, Dallas Ranch School, Dallas Ranch Middle School, Deer Valley High School, Dozier Libby Medical High School, and Antioch High School, and there continues to be sing-alongs and concerts still planned at Fremont, Turner, London, and Belshaw, to name a few more. This is in addition to Park Middle School Cheer and Antioch High Cheer participating in the holiday parade. It is fantastic to see so many of our scholars engaging across the district in the music programs. The Antioch High School, Deer Valley High School, and Dozier Libby Medical High School all participated in the Winter Ball on December 14th with over 300 students attending. Winter break is upon us at the close of school this Friday, and while our new teachers return for professional development on January 6th and all of our certificated staff return for professional development on January 7th, our students won't return until January 8th. Couple of big announcements. The district is pleased to be able to share that we are receiving an award from the Office of Contra Costa County Probation Services of $1,149,425,000 to expand and strengthen our restorative practices and alternative to suspension programming. These funds will be received in services and supports to continue this important and relevant work. Further, we also received word that the Contra Costa County Board of Supervisors has awarded $100,000 to the district through the Livable Communities Grant Awards to support students specifically at Antioch High School. Today, we initiated our first project design update on the John Muir Elementary Bond Project. We are scheduled to add 6 TKK classrooms and upgrade all the restrooms on the site. We had 2 separate meetings facilitated by our Associate Superintendent and our architects with the faculty, and the other meeting with parents. We received input that will help the architects and district staff continue working on the design elements. As we conclude the 2024 calendar year, I simply wanted to extend a heartfelt thanks to each and every one of our district employees who make our scholars a primary consideration in all of their actions each and every day. Whether they are directly on site, supporting the infrastructure of direct services, or off-school sites, our employees are thoughtful about their link to our students. It truly is through our employees' tireless efforts which are making a dramatic difference in the lives of children in our community, and their individual and collective efforts are noticed and appreciated. And that's the report for tonight. Thank you.
Moving on to 5, school reports. There are none. 6A, public comments, individuals to address the board regarding items not on the agenda from the public. We have none. Moving on to 6B, individuals to address the board regarding items not on the agenda from district employees. Our first comment is from Bob Carson.
Good evening, school school board members and Dr. Martinez. I'd like to say a couple things before I talk about what we came here tonight for. I was not able to attend the last school board meeting in November, and I didn't get a chance to say goodbye to... Are we good now? Yeah, sounds better, right? I did get a chance to say goodbye to and thank Gary Hack and Dr. Lewis. So I want to publicly thank both of those men. Their efforts for our students in our district over the years is greatly appreciated, and I wish both of them nothing but the best. They're two good guys. I'd also like to congratulate our newly elected board members, Trustee Brown and Trustee Cobo-Smith, as well as our returning trustee board president, Antonio Hernandez. Congratulations on your victories, and we look forward to working with you and all of the board members, Dr. Jag, Mary, we look forward to working with all of you to do what's best for our students. So tonight, we come here with holiday cards for the five of you. These cards were created and signed by each school site, and the purpose is twofold. One is to wish all of you a blessed holiday season. We hope you get to spend time with family and friends and get some rest, right? We all need some rest. The second part, though, is to bring to your attention some of the key areas where we are looking for support from the school board as we enter our negotiations with the AUSD management team. So we know, and I think you know, that that our students deserve the best educators. We know that, right? And so by providing some of the things you're going to read about in the cards tonight and doing the things we know are necessary for our kids, we hope to keep and retain and hire the best educators we can find. So thank you again for all you do. We wish you a wonderful holiday season, and we're excited to work with all of you in 2025. So thank you. And can we bring the cards up?
Yes, definitely.
Yeah. There's a little candy in there too, but I'm not sure not sure if you can eat it,
Early Christmas
during the meeting,
present.
but yeah. Thank you.
Thank you.
Candy I can go for. Another one. Ooh, yes. Some chocolates.
And we do have a public comment under 6A that came in a little late, so as long as it's okay with the board, I'd love to move back and give this person a chance to give their public comment. Great, so under 6A, we have Gavin Payton. I know he's right there.
He was there.
Good evening, board. Congratulations to our new board members. Welcome aboard. It's a long, hard work, but we believe in you, and we have nothing but love for you. And if anything, you can always reach out to your community if you ever need support. I just wanted to quickly announce that there is a holiday community event, the Hart Family, coming up on December 21st, this week, this Saturday, from 1 p.m. to 5 p.m. At 875 El Pebble Avenue in Pittsburgh. I can send the flyer via email, but we would love it if you guys can come and support El Pueblo, because they're doing a toy drive for low-income students and youth so they can be supported, and also it's their first time doing a Christmas program for them. Thank you.
Thank you. Continuing with our speakers under 6B, we have Amanda Freitas.
Good evening. Amanda Freitas, kindergarten teacher and parent of 2 scholars at Fremont Elementary. First, I wanted to start with technology. I'm a little disappointed in our district's support of technology at the site level. We have iReady requirements. I know that we spend, a decent amount for our students to do iReady, but we don't give devices to support our youngest scholars. I teach kindergarten. They cannot use laptops. You have to log in with a student ID and password, and then you got to navigate to a website. It's not something that is feasible for them to do. As part of our school site plan last year, we did purchase another cart of iPads, but what we didn't know at the time was that a whole cart of iPads was going to be e-wasted from our site because they are no longer supported. I'm a little confused of why we couldn't continue to use those devices until they no longer worked, because now we're looking at 2 iPad carts. One of them's not even a full class set for 3 kindergarten and 3 first grade classes. That cart that we ordered at the beginning of the year, we still don't have those devices on site. It's also disappointing that we can't be trusted as professionals to use technology correctly in our classrooms. I have a smart board that a month ago, we'll say, during the middle of the school day, I lost most of the functionality of the smart board. On our laptops, we're not even trusted to download applications that we need. We don't even have Adobe. So prior years, I was using my personal laptop. That capability has now been taken away. So I feel like what I can do for my students with technology in my classroom is starting to get more limited instead of expanding. Next thing I wanted to talk about, which I feel like I come here a lot to talk about, is SPED. This is my son's 3rd year at Fremont Elementary, and the 3rd year where he has not been receiving the services in his IEP. I've reached out to the SPED department. They're starting to make up some of his speech sessions that were missed, but he's missed 8 counseling sessions on the year. And 5 of those were the last 5 school weeks that we've had. And they've finally addressed why. I already knew why because I'm at his school with him, but no plan to make up those minutes. It's also disappointing that our parents trust us that we're providing these services that are in the IEP. And unless you're there with your student, you don't know that they're missing those services. You don't know to reach out and go, hey, my students missed this many speech sessions. How are we going to get those made up? I've inquired about my son, so he's getting those makeup sessions. But I have a student in my class who's missed several sessions, and they have done nothing to make those up, even though I've made them aware that she's been missing speech sessions. And thank you.
Thank you. I think we can maybe save that for a future discussion. Next, under 6B, we have Brian Atkinson.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Brian Atkinson. I am a head custodian at Bidwell Continuation High School, and I'm also Chapter 85 CSEA president. I'm up here tonight just to say welcome to the new members. I know I've met you. We've talked a few times. It's going to be wonderful working with you, and welcome back to the other 3. Can't wait to keep working with you. Other than that, we just want to move along. We're still in negotiations, so we'll leave it at that. But I just wanted to say welcome and happy holidays.
Thank you. Moving on to 7A, we have facility construction process and bond information. We do have a public comment. I'm not sure if you'd like to come up now or after the presentation. I can come up now. Cool. So then we'll have Amanda Freitas.
All right. Good evening again. I first want to thank the board and district admin for realizing that our needs at Fremont are great and getting us moved up in the bond phases. I wasn't able to make it to the last board meeting when that was a consent item. I was down in Pasadena attending the Solution Tree PLC conference. But reading over the project description, me and my fellow colleagues are a little confused, and so it'd be nice to have some clarity on what the project entails. Because it says here 13 classrooms, so we're kind of wondering what that looks like. What structures are going to remain on our campus? Which ones are going to be demolished? We've had termite infestations in all of the wings, so we're a little concerned about continuing on with those facilities. Another thing I noticed that's not mentioned in here is a library. I don't know what it was through, but we were getting a library remodel, which they began during the summer. It wasn't completed, and I've been told that that's been put on hold, that they're not going to continue with it because of us getting the rebuilt. So just, I guess, some more clarity on what the project's going to be. Thank you.
Thank you. And so I'll turn it back over to staff now to get us through the presentation.
Hi, good evening. I have a couple people here that we're gonna co-present. I have Travis Kirk from TBK Construction. Travis has been helping us with our some of our projects for the last few months. I have Jeff Evans from HKIT Architects. I have our newest bond employee, who's been fabulous, Erin Heck, that will also be joining us. So we're going to tag team this. Let's see if this is on. Okay, so we're, the intent of this is not to go over the bond projects, but yet to sort of explain some of the processes that we go through, some of the construction processes, some of the master planning that the district has done over the last several years. And I have the experts here to sort of help explain how they interact with all the different key players. I know that I have a couple extra binders in my office that has the actual facility master plan. It's a quite thick document. But I do have copies, or I can make copies for the new board members. I think Dr. Jag has a copy, and it is also on our website. So this district back in 2019 had formed committees and did a facility master plan that probably took at least a year to go through each facility and to kind of come up with all the things that need to be improved at each school site and then priorities. So this, I know it's hard to read, but this is just a list of the key players. On the right side, you can see all of the facility master plan committee members. And on the left side is the board, who was on the board, and then the district leadership. So the key priorities and input, from what I can find from the master plan, was to have safety, then it was education and learning, and aesthetics and curb appeal. So those were the key priorities that they used when they formed the facility master plan. And they had different ways of gathering data. And so you can see here the different ways that they gather data. They had a firm, WLC, which is also an architect firm, that went through and facilitated this and helped gather all the data. But they had different ways that they gathered data, and you can see the list here. In addition, when we had decided, when you decided to go out for a bond, and a little bit prior to that, we also did some input, got some input, and had different sort of meetings to get additional input on adding to the facility master plan and looking at if what was in the facility master plan and if that still needed to be done. So for example, almost every school site needed roofing. So we went through and said, have we done any roofing at any of the school sites? And then we would remove them for the master plan. But the facility master plan did consist of a lot of what we would consider deferred maintenance projects, which is roofing, painting, those types of projects. And then also we did have main projects that came out of the facility master plan to deal with the key priorities and growth. At that time, the district was not growing. But as you know, when you see in my financial report, we are growing. We did grow this year. So these are the additional ways that we updated the facility master plan and the different types of meeting and input that we got. And when we were doing our bond campaign, we did, in order to communicate to the greater constituents that were maybe outside of the school community, we did do renderings for each school site, and we posted big posters somewhere that all the community members that are driving by our schools could see the Measure B and what that site may look like if the measure passed. So this is just an example of Orchard Park and Antioch Middle School. So forming a bond team, this district had a bond back in 2016, I think is when it was the latest. And the team consisted of a director of bond, and then they had a facilities project manager, which is Aaron, and then they had a technician. And so that was the bond team per se, in addition to the architect and the construction management firm that worked at the district at the time. And then we have our maintenance and operations structure that deals with more of the ongoing operational and some of the deferred maintenance. So this is what I'm proposing for the bond team is bringing back a director of facilities, and that will will be at a future board meeting for you all to discuss and vote on. We have Erin Heck, who's been wonderful and started just 2 months ago, I believe. 2 months, yeah. And she's diving right in. And then we have Jeff from HKIT, and then we have a construction management services RFP on the agenda for approval to confirm our team. So these are all the team and the consultants that go into, and I think this is going to be Aaron. He's going to help us with this one.
Well, let me get this. First of all, I just want to say thank you so much. It's been a pleasure so far joining the AUSD team and meeting everyone. I'm new to Antioch myself from the South Bay and 30 years in the South Bay, so I'm learning, and what better way to learn than be a member of the school district, so I'm very excited about that. So this slide actually is going to help us, and I hope you don't mind, I may read a bit here just so that I can articulate. For those folks who don't know, we have a number of folks who help us out and support us at the district, and because of their expertise, we bring on, obviously, we have our architect who helps us in our design, and with that, we have construction manager who we bring on, who kind of helps from design all the way through closeout. And they manage to keep us on budget, on schedule, and really have more of an oversight on the construction program itself for each of the projects. We have inspectors who come on. The IOR, who is referenced here, is basically from the, or they're an agent actually of the Division of the State Architect, and so they're on site quite a bit doing inspections and making sure that we're meeting all the required codes and regulations. We have engineers, of course, that come on board before we even are able to do any building. We have to make sure that our soils are tested and that we have topographical and utility surveys done as well. There are hazardous materials folks who help us to learn if there is abatement that's required in the process of assessing the projects. That's usually for modifications, right? And then we also have a state mandated stormwater pollution prevention program, which is the SWIP that they're talking about here. Oftentimes they come on board to help us build and manage our stormwater prevention program for the sites. Rainy seasons can tend to be really dicey, and if we have to protect our stormwater drains so that it doesn't run into the rivers and oceans, so that's really good. And then we also added our systems commissioning consultant. Oftentimes they're brought on board to make sure that our Title 24 for HVAC and other systems are working and performing the way we need them to for warranties and that sort of thing. Aside from that, I would say there are a number of others that are unusual. I know personally we've brought on beekeepers if we come across bees and stuff. So there's all kinds of consultants that help support us. And this is just kind of the key few. Thank you.
Hi, everybody. Nice to see you again. Wanted to talk a little bit about some of the guidelines and standards that shape our projects for your community, and wanted to start at the top, which is the state. So the California Department of Education will establish standards for certain type of standards for projects. I'll use an example from our John Muir project and kind of carry that through. But the state sets the size of that classroom at 1,350 square feet. And then if you're going to apply for funding from the Office of Public School Construction, so the California Department of Education talks about the qualities and characteristics, the Office of Public School Construction hands out money. And so if you're going to get money from them, you have to follow the state standards, and there's a process where you share projects with them, and they'll kind of check off if you're meeting those standards. And so again, just as an example, the state says a transitional kindergarten or a kindergarten classroom needs to be 1,350 square feet. As we'll talk a little bit more, of course, the state also reviews our projects for compliance with structural accessibility, fire, life safety, sort of the building code. So rather than going to a local Antioch building department, we go to the Division of State Architect. So then at your district, you also have what we will call educational specifications, as well as district standards. To talk about the first one, educational specifications, this translates how you go about teaching and how your students go about learning, and then sets your own internal rules for how that classroom can be shaped or how the learning spaces can be shaped. And part of what that is doing is establishing parity and equity across your district. So again, state says your transitional kindergarten classrooms to be 1,350 square feet. As a district, you say, these are things that are important for our students to do in kindergarten. For example, we want our students to have a reading corner. We want our students to have a sink because when they do projects, we want to have a place where they can wash their hands, those kinds of things. And then your standards, district standards, those are materials and products. So your materials and product standards would say, you know what, in our classrooms, we really want to have resilient flooring. And in our restroom, we really want to have tile on the wall. And so you would set those material and product standards or type of roof, that kind of thing. So then when we get to the site level, then there are things that we can bring forward for the site to get feedback on as well. But I think it's good to understand sort of there's the state requirements, there's the thing that you as a district set, and then there's the products that you also look for as well. Okay. The last thing up there, and you'll just see the list, but some of the common types of product standards, and I know I just picked on finishes, but HVAC, door hardware. So, you want to have a keying standard that works across your whole district, and so you'll set that up, and you can kind of see the rest there. Okay.
Hello again. So this slide really, I think, is important because it helps us to, it helps me to explain sort of how this process begins in terms of conversation and outreach and how we work with the stakeholders. But before we even can start having conversations really with the stakeholders to the extent that we need to, we have to kind of come up with a concept or some sort of basis of design. And typically the way that we do that is we look at the facilities master plan that we have. There are a number of conversations that happen with principals and coaches and others. And so we work with an architect and we come up with a design that we think addresses a great many issues that have been brought up. And then what we do is we take that information and we work with our architect and we come up with a design, and we are able to then have some outreach and some meetings. In fact, much like we did with John Muir today, which was wonderful. And I'm so excited. I can't wait to be able to cut out to Fremont and have those conversations with you as well. I have met with Sylvia, who's lovely. And so we will be doing that. And I met with Gretchen as well, which is excellent. So we have the rendering, they're familiar with the rendering. And then that way it gives us a starting point that we can begin to build on. So we got a lot of really good feedback, I think, today from John Muir that will help us go in a good direction. And so once we have that, and this continues actually throughout construction, we have sort of a lift-off meeting like we did today, and then that continues through at some set point. It depends, I'm sure, obviously on the projects and what's happening at those sites as to frequency and who's in those meetings, and yeah. So, thank you.
Just wanted to just talk a little bit about, and following up on what Aaron spoke about, of the different parts of our process. And within the design process, we have the three phases, the schematic design, and then design development, and then construction documents. And as Aaron was describing, kind of shaping the project and having those initial meetings about options, and then kind of picking an option to go forward, that really happens within the schematic design. And so just again, from an example, when we were looking at the John Muir project, after we went through all the different requirements, we came up with 2 different layouts for the classroom, and we came up with a couple of different layouts for how the building could be arranged on the site. And we met, including with the principal, and kind of said, okay, here's a recommendation. Let's get some feedback. We did the feedback. And so, we'll collect all of that, and then we'll decide sort of the direction of what that project is going to be. And so that schematic design package will come together. Again, we'll show where the building is, how big it is, what's included, which rooms, what systems, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, that kind of thing. So then it'll be schematic design. When we get into design development, we'll take the individual parts of the project and we'll flesh them out. So we may say, okay, we're going to have I'm going to use a very simple example, but we're going to have a teaching wall that has projection and has whiteboards. When we get into design development, we'll pick the projector, we'll pick the model and make of the whiteboard, and we'll pick whether it's magnetic or not, and kind of flesh that out. When we get into the last phase, construction documents, then we're really putting together the instructions for the contractor to build, and so have all of the details and sort of the very particular information on the different systems. Then from there, as I mentioned, we take those plans and specifications, and we submit them to the Division of the State Architect for review. And there's a process of their review, and I can't remember, is it still me?
Yeah.
Okay. So they review for fire life safety, they review for accessibility, and they review for structural safety. And so each of those sections gets a copy of the drawings and makes comments based on their expertise. And then, depending on the type of project, that review can take some time. And it's something we're aware of and we build into our schedules, is that they take some time. And then once they give comments, we have to respond to those comments and tell them how we change things, and then we go in for what we call back check. And so we do a revised set, and we hand that in, and then we go through the back check process where they make sure we've addressed their comments, and then potentially discuss with them if they have additional comments or if they want to know why we did what we did. And then finally we get approval, and that approval is essentially our building permit, if you will.
Could you let them know how long it takes?
Good question. Liz asked to let know how long it takes. It can take, on sort of an average project, so for example, the John Muir project, that process can take about 6 months. And I know that may be a surprise. When you look at a smaller project, for example, a play yard, that might take 3 months. If you looked at a really, really big, complex renovation, that can take a bit longer than 6 months. So that the entirety of that time is them giving us comments, us addressing the comments, going back to them and showing them how we changed it, and then them saying, okay, yeah, we agree, and then kind of finally saying, yes, you're approved. Okay.
Good evening, President Hernandez and members of the board. It's a pleasure to be here tonight speaking with you. I'm going to talk a little bit about the construction process. So now we have all these consultants in place. You have DSA-approved plans, and now we're ready to go into construction. You all, at this point, will have approved contracts with these consultants. We will have gone out to bid. We'll talk about that process a little bit. These are the things that will be brought to you for your purview and approval. We talked a couple times already about the inspector of record. Inspector of record is a required element from DSA, but it really just ensures compliance. And what we're looking for compliance in are the 3 main things that the Division of State Architect reviews, which is structural, fire life safety, and access compliance. Those are the three main elements that they're looking at. So this individual or individuals, if it's a larger project, will come out and on a day-to-day, they'll be inspecting the site, they'll be doing their daily reports. Division Estate Architect has a field engineer that will make periodic visits to the site and speak with that IOR, usually walk the site, address any concerns maybe they have at the DSA level. Then he'll do his semi-monthly reports, his monthly reports, those sorts of things. So that's the value of the IOR. The contractor selection and project delivery methods, this is always a good decision based on what type of project you have, right? So traditional is a design, bid, build, which means low bid. You design a project, you put it out on the, you advertise it on the website to get to the agencies that publish these documents. Contractors come in, they pick up the documents, and they bid on it. You do a pre-bid walk. Usually you walk them through the site. You familiarize them with the site. What's the scope of the project? You typically allow a time period for questions of the architect so they can request for information ahead of time so they have clarity on what they're bidding. Then you open that bid, and then the lowest responsible bidder would be awarded that project. And responsible would mean they have the bonding capability, they have the appropriate contractor licensing, appropriate insurances, all those things that we list on it. We have a project checklist. They have to check all those boxes, have to meet all those requirements, and then they would be awarded that bid. Lease-leaseback is a small 2-paragraph statute that allows a school district to lease property for a period of time for a small amount of money to a contractor. And while that contractor is leasing that property from you, you allow them and pay them to make improvements to that property, and they lease it back to you for beneficial occupancy. And what that allows you to do is to pick a contractor on best value rather than low bid. And so some years ago, there was litigation on this. That litigation has been settled. The legislature had made some changes to that statute, some changes to the requirements. And so lease-leaseback has become very popular on the larger projects. A good example of a use of lease-leaseback, we had a project in San Jose recently. Big summer project, had a lot of underground utilities that we had to put in. So the general contractor had 3 bids for the underground utilities. 2 of those bidders didn't feel that they could do that much work in the summer with the staffing that they had. The third one felt like they could, very large company. They were a little bit more than the others, but on best value, they chose that as the subcontractor. And what that did was it mitigated the negative impacts to staff and students. When school came back in, they weren't driving around fencing in giant holes. They came back to a finished, complete project that was easy to navigate. That's one example of the value of lease-leaseback. And design-build is gaining in popularity now, and design-build is where you have an architect and a contractor together. So you'd put out a request for qualifications, a request for proposal, and you say, all right, we want to build a central kitchen, something very specialized like that. We have one of those about to start. And we want a design-build team to come in and tell us, okay, here's our budget. We have $40 million. We need to build a central kitchen, and you tell us what you can do for us for that money without going over. And they work as a team to tell you, hey, here's what we can do for that money. Here's some kind of design concepts. And sometimes that's a very effective way to do it as well with them teamed up. So construction activities, we get under construction, what's going on? All of a sudden fences go up, signs go up. Thank you, community, for passing our bond measure. Mobilize a trailer, and you see a lot of activities going on. So what actually happens out there, a little bit out of sequence, but a site logistic plan is really a good place to start, where you work with the site principal. For example, over at Antioch High, work with the site principal and say, hey, Dowdle and Sons is going to come. They're going to do this HVAC project. They would like to put fencing here. It would cut off part of your parking lot. We're trying to save a drive loop. What do you need to help this work? You know, we put in a little sidewalk so people could get to the stadium. So I'm going to site logistics plan to say, okay, well, how is this going to work? Rather than just telling the contractor, well, let us know when you're done, right? So they do that plan, and we work with staff, and we work with folks like Aaron and Liz and say, hey, what works here? Let's make this safe for the students, easy for the parents as we can, least disruptive as possible. So we start with that, with a really big focus on safety. We have weekly OAC. OAC means owner, architect, contractor. So you bring all the players in, get them around the table. Sometimes it's virtually now, but I like to do it in person when possible. And we discuss the issues that are going on in the project. So the contractor is going to issue requests for information. You'll hear that a lot, RFIs, and say, oh, well, the plans show this, but what I'm seeing in the wall is this. How do we remedy that situation? And so what that RFI may trigger is a response that says, oh, do something other than what the documents say. A good example on the Antioch project was there was some backing that was not in the wall. You know, the tile's been there for 45 years. Oh, you got to hang this thing on the wall if there's backing. Well, there wasn't backing, so an RFI comes in. What would you like to do? The RFI response then is, we would like to include backing in that wall because it's required to hold your hand dryer, your paper towel holder, or whatever. So that may trigger a proposed change order. And I'll talk about the change order process in a minute, but where the contractor would say, well, it's not in the plan, so it's legitimate that I would get paid to do this extra work. And so that's how that may work. A construction change directive is something a little bigger. And that is to say, oh, this element or this connection didn't work and we need to redesign it. And then they send that to DSA to say, hey, we need to make a change that impacts structural, fire, life safety, or access compliance, the big things, 3 things we're looking at. And that would typically trigger a change order too. That would be probably a change to the original documents they were bid on. And then we spent a lot of time looking at schedule. And a critical path method schedule is what contractors are obligated to provide to say, I have linked activities that are going to start this job and lead me to completion. So I'm going to come and I'm going to demo the parking lot, then I'm going to dig footings, then I'm going to place rebar, then I'm going to pour concrete, then I'm going to build walls, et cetera, right, all the way down to paint and finish. So that's your critical path schedule. And so if they get delayed in any way that's not a fault of their own, act, error, omission of the architect, the district, or its agents, then they may be entitled to extra time or compensation for that, right? So that's why we track that critical path schedule. Now, if they have a question about an irrigation valve that's not on that critical path schedule, something gets held up on that, they can't claim delay for that. So we were real careful to make sure we have those linked activities. Then on the next slide, change order and contingency. And these are things that will be brought before you for approval. And so we need to be really clear about what triggers a change order. What makes the cost of a project go up? Change orders are typically triggered by 4 things. One is an error omission of the plans, which is typical. There is no perfect set of plans. There is a standard of care to say these are going to be pretty good plans, but you wouldn't expect them to be perfect plans. So error omission in the plans. So, okay, the plans didn't show this. They send in an RFI. The response comes back. There may be a cost. That would be one. An unforeseen condition, you start digging on site and you run into a gas line you didn't know was there. That's a good example of an unforeseen condition. That's an extra cost, right? Justifiable. A requirement of an outside agency, so say the city of Antioch or PG&E. We built an entire school in Merced one time, and PG&E required us to move the high voltage lines across the street because the Department of Education requires them to be a certain far away. So there's times that the city or the city, for example, could say, well, we need an encroachment here, or we need you to widen the road or add a sidewalk. Those are things that could trigger a change order if they're not in the original plans. And then district requested changes. You're in there and you say, hey, you know, it would be nice, well, we could paint the inside of the gym while we're in here. And so those are the 4 things you're going to see. They're the 4 reasons for a change order that would come before you, and it should be annotated as such. Like, what is the cost for this change order? And this is how my company does change order log. It's just a good example, just a snippet of it. You can see the top one was an unforeseen condition, and then what it was and the date, and then we always have the RFI, brief description. That way you can see, well, what caused this, and if you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer that.
That is our presentation, and we will welcome any questions.
Great, thank you. Any questions from my colleagues?
I don't have a question, but I do have a comment. It would be very lovely to see, you know how you have your kinder play yard? It's totally different from your 1st through 5th graders play yard. It would be awesome to be able to see a play yard for our disabled students.
Okay.
It's not really the same as a kinder play yard. Especially if they have like cerebral palsy or if they have some type of motor skills. It would be lovely to see. And I don't think too many districts that I've floated around to or worked for have that, and it would be something great to have it for our students in Antioch.
Vice President Rocha, any questions, comments?
The units will have small bathrooms, right? Or will they not have small bathrooms for TKs? Aren't they, this is the TK, right? For the John Muir?
Yeah, we're not showing that today, but yeah, they'll have the appropriate size restrooms at TK.
I know you're just giving me their general plan, but it's been in the back of my mind
Oh.
because as you said, the playground, I'm thinking these units have those small bathrooms and.
Yep.
And
They'll be
they're contained.
appropriate sized, yes.
Yes.
Trustee Lathan.
Thank you. This has been one of the most comprehensive presentations around bond and construction, so thank you for that, Ms. Liz. And my question is, I heard one of the presenters say that they talked to the principals about, certain needs or what they would like to see, and just wanted to clarify that at some point, the community is involved as well. And when community meaning teachers too, right? Like, because sometimes they have awesome ideas that one person may not think about, but a group of 20 people might actually think about.
So today we had a meeting with the John Muir staff, and then we also had a meeting an hour after that with the John Muir community parents.
And how are the parents solicited to participate?
The principal worked with parents. So I'm not exactly sure how he solicited them, but I know he probably started with his main PTA president and that kind of thing, and then we had about 20. I can ask him how he solicited them.
Thanks.
Trustee Cobo-Smith.
I don't have anything to add. It was a great presentation. Thank you.
Great. I just have a few questions. Maybe I'll start with the one that Liz, you might have the most information on. I guess similar to that community piece, like where do people who weren't able to participate in those things, or teachers that weren't able to participate, get that kind of information? And especially, I guess I'm thinking of like information on like, how some of these decisions are made, because sometimes there's explanations that just like are not being disseminated to know like, oh, why was this trade-off happening, or why is it that we're working on this and not this?
So I would encourage anyone that wants to participate, they can either come directly to me or the site principal of the particular site. They should contact them, and then we can get them involved and notified when we have our meetings.
Great. And then the other questions I have is, when looking at that design build process, why is it that that one doesn't also end up going to the lowest bidder based off how that's like also sent out?
A design bid, the structure of the contract is much like a lease-leaseback in that it's not required to go a low bidder, but it becomes a best value situation. So you may have an architect like H-Kit and a contractor like Lathrop Construction, they're both real high level, and they come in and they just have this brilliant idea, and maybe their cost is a little higher, but it really suits your needs better than, architect B and contractor B who come in and maybe don't wow you with, figuring out what your needs are. Sometimes people come in and they kind of fail at that trying to express what they think your vision for this is. And so that would kind of be the reason to not say, okay, we have all these and we're going to go low bidder. But what you would establish on a design build is what is our budget. So they would have to be required to stay within that budget.
But there's nothing that like forces, because let's say, right, our budget's 40 million and we put this out to, the construction and design team together. And, one team comes back and says, we can actually do this for 30 million. And maybe the other teams are a lot closer to that 40 million. There's nothing that forces that 30 million to go with that $30 million team.
No, it doesn't. I think Jeff can speak to that a little more.
Yeah, just if I could, President Hernandez, so the state statute sets out the process and the way that you can go about lease-leaseback and design build. And one of the things that the statute says is when you start that process, you have to establish a scoring system. And then that scoring system as a district, you can identify the categories, but what you're communicating to people that are pursuing the project, what those categories are and what the points are. And so, for example, you can put half your points in price, or you can put a quarter of your points in price. And you can have other things like qualification of staff, schedule, logistics plan, design quality, things. These are common things that are part of it. And so then, in terms of whether it forces you or not, it really just depends on your scoring system. And then, of course, as a district, you sort of decide like, okay, so if half my points are in price, how am I going to portion those based on the numbers that come back in? And then it's all transparent. It all follows kind of what you set out at the beginning, and then you can go from there and you can award. Go ahead.
Got it. And then when it comes to the design bid build process, that one we are stipulated then to go with the lowest bidder.
Lowest qualified bidder.
Yeah, exactly. Great. And did you have a follow-up?
No, go ahead.
Okay. And then the last question I had, when it comes to like change orders and when we're looking at these either errors, omissions, and unforeseen conditions, what kinds of enforcement mechanisms do we have to ensure that these kinds of things are like legitimate, right? Because I think there's inherent incentive for, the estimates for these things to come, especially if you go in a design bid build process, right? You want to have the lowest qualified price. So there'd be, there's a misaligned incentive there to forget or have an error or to not have those things. Are there processes in place that kind of prevent that or mitigate that to some extent?
Yeah, and when you say errors and omissions, that would be in the plans and specifications. So that the low bidder, looked at the plans and they, being the low bidder is a great thing, but it's a bad thing, right? So we're doing a $42 million theater at Milpitas High right now, and the low bidder was $1 million lower than the second bidder. So it does incentivize you to be pretty aggressive about trying to find that $1 million you left on the table. And so what a good construction management team would do is they would say, okay, well, here's a proposed change order, and then you're familiar with the plan. So in my case, I'm also a licensed general contractor, and my staff are well-trained. So they would go to the plans, they'd open up the plans and say, all right, let's start at the RFI. What's the question? Well, let's look at the plan. I can give you a great example of this. What does the plan say? And so maybe my interpretation of the plan is different than the contractor's interpretation. And I'll give you a real-world example that's happening right now. On this theater, it's CMU wall, a concrete masonry unit, those big cinder blocks. They're all up there. And in that, you have to set anchor bolts in there to anchor steel so that you can set your catwalks and your roofing members, right? So there's a detail, and it says 2, in parentheses, anchor bolts, 16 on center, staggered. So what I get is a change order request for $120,000 because they say, no, now they're telling us they're 8-inch. And I said, well, they're not telling you it's 8-inch because it says 2. So it's 2 anchor bolts, 16 on center, staggered, which means you go 8 inches, 8 inches, 8 inches, 8 inches. So that's where you have to pay attention to say, okay, what are they going after? This is a pretty reputable contractor. So they pushed this one, we pushed back, and I said, well, there's just no way we're going to approve this. You're wrong. And so you have to look at the plans. You have to have a team member go look at those plans and say, is this in the plans? If it's not in the plans, is the cost justified? And if the cost is justified, there is a cost justified, is the cost reasonable? So if the cost is not reasonable, then you can come back and say, I don't feel the cost is reasonable for these reasons, but we do feel that a change order is warranted, so we're going to put you on time and material. And so we're going to track our time. So we're going to say, we want to actually compensate you for your labor, we want to compensate you for the materials you bought, plus your appropriate markups. So that's how you control cost on change orders.
Got it. Thank you. That's really helpful.
Yes, sir.
Join a meeting that they have, weekly meetings when they talk about these and go back and forth. It's very interesting.
Trustee Latham, did you have follow-up or anyone have follow-up? No. Great.
Okay, good.
Then I think that's all the questions we
Okay,
have.
I just want to thank
Yeah.
the team for coming out and joining us. Jeff, I know you've been out here all day, and welcome, Aaron, and thank you for coming out.
Yes, thank you all again so much for this presentation and for the big team effort on this.
It's exciting. Exciting. We're finally moving.
Great. Moving on to item 8, hearings. We have none. 9, public presentations. We have none. And now moving on to consent items. Are there any items that we need to pull, either to discuss separately or to vote on separately? Trustee Lathan.
Yeah. 10S. This is for the service agreement with SR Global Security and Protection Group. And Exhibit A says that the contract says the company will deploy 6 armed I think SSO is school site officers. I don't know what SSO stands for. And so just wanted to know, do we typically hire armed security, and what would armed security be for?
Yes, we have had armed security. It had been previously been provided by our STM contract, and so that has been discontinued. And so this is the contract for the new firm or the new agency that would be providing those same services.
My question is, thank you for clarifying.
They-
Why do we need armed security?
I'm assuming that we have them there for just that level of protection, given all of the safety concerns that we have, not just within the city of Antioch, but across the U.S. Just having that level of protection has been warranted and expected by some community members, as well as making sure that they are able to respond to things. So some of these things happen within our campuses, but some of them happen right outside of our campuses. Some of them involve adults. And in fact, when we've looked at data in the past, the responses have been more to work with adults than they have with students.
And
That
what
makes sense.
capacity do these SSOs serve in? Like what are they on the school sites every day? Are they at games and events?
All of the above. And so they're usually stationed at some of our secondary campuses. And then if there is a crisis or something that has occurred on another campus, they will go to those campuses. And then, yes, they are at our events. And like they'll be at graduations, they'll be at football events, any sporting events where there will be large crowds.
And in what situations would they be would they be solicited? Like, what do they do besides, we know security walks around but like, what is the purpose? I still don't really understand. I can understand games, but I don't understand during the school day, like, what do they do?
I don't know if Director Wisely? Director Wisely's here, if she wants to give some examples of when they've been used.
We've had them on the school sites when we've had threats against the campus. It hasn't been unusual, unfortunately, and across America where our principals have experienced anonymous threats, email threats, threats from a parent, unfortunately, threats to shoot or harm people. So typically we've had and I praise our interim chief of police because he's been excellent in trying to work with the schools since he's taken the position, but sometimes the police response can be slow depending on what's happening in town because we have a large shortage of officers. I'm sure some of us have been following that. So with that said, our STM guards, this would be the new contract with SR Global, our principals are able to call them and get an immediate response. So there's no delay with calling dispatch and waiting for an officer, depending on what's going on in town. Our principals have immediate safety, are able to place a guard outside. We had one recently where a young lady broke up with a boyfriend and then the parent threatened to shoot the boy. And so the principal was able to immediately call the STM guard to stand guard. Of course, police were activated, but the STM guard was faster. The reason why we're switching over to SR Global is because all of the guards have left STM and switched over to this other company. Our students are used to these guards. They have a relationship. We feel like it's a safety issue to have turnover in the former company we were working with, so that we would like to be able to have this kind of continuity with the staff that the students know and have built relationships. They are not there, Dr. Lathan, to arrest students. They're not there to deal with school discipline in any way, shape, or form. They are just there to address school safety and make sure that if there's anything going on the outside of the school, that they maintain a presence and, can be there to respond immediately when the principals request.
And then, do you have any we do have 2 public comments, so I don't know if you have follow-up questions right now or whether we want to take those public comments. Okay, we'll take those public comments then. First, we have Devin Williams.
Yeah. I did.
Oh,
Sorry.
yes. Trustee Brown.
Okay, so they're not, just to be clear, they're not patrolling the hallways or anything like that. They're just,
No, we have site safety staff that are in charge of patrolling our hallways. They will stand on campus and follow the directions of the principal. Most of these guards that they have good relationships, they're smiling, they're definitely not there for school discipline or to deal in any way with that. They are really there for the general safety of the campus and to respond to the principal's needs when we have major issues going on the outside.
okay, thanks.
I don't understand. So if they're there to handle general things on the outside, why are they on the inside of the school? And what would the principal be? I don't understand, especially if there's school safety people there already. I'm just trying, because basically what it feels like to me is another way to get around SROs is to hire SSOs. The same thing.
So we've had these guards in place for some time since we haven't had SROs for many years in the district because there has been a demonstrated need. I would say almost daily, the principals will call for a variety of things where we have to move these guards around to the various school sites for pretty serious issues. Anything ranging from two parents who are fighting in the entryway of the campus, or maybe there was, we had one recently where the SWAT team was breaching a house nearby the school, and the dispatch had called for a lockdown, so we asked them to come over. We do know that the students see these guards, so they really make a concerted effort to be friendly and kind and make sure that the students feel comfortable, because we know that armed guards can make students feel uncomfortable. So I think they strive to just be a positive presence on the campus. And so that's why we want to switch. Our guards have moved to SR Global. And that's why we really feel strongly that, these are trained guards. They've spent a lot of time building relationships with our students. We feel like we must move the contract over so that we have that level of security and safety for the students, both physically and mentally.
So just to clarify, you're saying the reason why we contract out with this group is because when the police are needed, they're not, they're not always there on time.
They're not there on time. We've had issues where the principals have waited 3 hours, and it depends on what's going on in town. Sometimes there could be, major issues going on in the city of Antioch. There's 120,000 residents, and sometimes the chief has shared that sometimes there can be only 4 or 5 officers on the beat at one time. And so that poses a threat to our schools when we have 24 schools to serve. So these officers help supplement to put somebody in place. I know I met with some elementary parents who weren't aware of our armed guards, and they had some worries, and they said, "Oh, the principal can call?" And I said, "Yes, the principal can call, and the guard will stand out front and protect the school." And that just gave peace of mind. I think it gives our parents peace of mind and our administrators peace of mind, who, remember, they only carry a radio. And when serious things happen, our principals want to keep our children safe. They're responsible, our high school principals are responsible for 2,000 children. So this gives a little level of safety and security, and we're very conscious of the school to prison pipeline. I want you to know that, and what the presence of an armed guard could mean for our students. So we're very careful to make sure that our administrators know that it's just there for safety of the school and to keep things out.
Yeah, Trustee Cobo-Smith.
So help me understand this. Did you just say that they are in the elementary schools as well?
No, I was saying that I spoke to some elementary parents who were concerned about some safety in their neighborhood. And I said, well, if there was an issue in the neighborhood that where I think you're aware there's been some shootings and some gun activity in the surrounding neighborhoods. And so those parents asked, what does the principal do? And I said, well, the principal calls the police, and the principal can also call for one of our armed guards to stand out front. And it just gives peace of mind. It's very rare for our elementary principals to have to utilize our armed guard service to stand outside their school, but it happens. And so this is a service for our schools, to maintain safety. I would say the majority of the calls are for our secondary, middle, and high school, where those principals will need that service when they have major threats against the campus.
I have a follow-up. Is it possible to get data on these emergencies and when they're called and when they're utilized, what schools they're going to?
Yeah, Director Cooper gets a regular report from the strategic threat management firm. SR Global would provide the same reports. The number one issue that they report to are threats against the campus, so that, we get a call or we get someone who says something, I want to, hurt somebody. That is the number one reason why we call for them to stand guard.
That's excellent. I would really like to see the data myself.
Absolutely, we can provide that.
Any other questions? Otherwise, we do have 2 public comments on this item specifically. We have the first from Devin Williams.
Good evening. I just had a concern with the company SR Global. If you guys do choose to use this company, I know that it was mentioned that some of the guards that have been present and built relationships in the school are going to be switching over. I would just caution that maybe vet some of these officers or guards that'll be there. I've had experiences with SR Global that aren't very pleasant in the past. As a previous organizer in the community, I've faced harassment that was really stressful from an SR Global, he wanted to be an officer, I would say. And it was a really bad situation that kind of traumatized me because I had my rights violated in their presence. So I would just urge you to be cautious about who comes onto these campuses with students who may be vulnerable or have some type of stressful situations when they're encountered, seeing armed guards and things like that if they're approached. And I know they're not going to be approaching students hopefully, but that's just something that popped up when SR Global came to mind. And unfortunately, there are great people who want to do the work, and there's some who just take advantage of the positions they're in to protect, I guess, and that means to exploit others in those situations. So I would just say there should be a vetting process to see who comes on board, and there should be some community input as well. Thank you.
And then we have our next comment by Gavin Payton.
Yes, I just would like to ask, what about the African American students? Because when it comes down to us, we're not always represented, and at the same time, we're one of the high victims of gun violence. We are one of the highest minority groups that are victim of police brutality and law enforcement at that. So I do want to be cautious because we can't forget Emmett Till, we can't forget Trayvon Martin, we can't forget about George Floyd, Breonna Taylor. These are the names that were victims. So what about our youth that are going to be easily targeted? And what about our African American youth that often get misrepresented or misunderstood because what may think that, oh, it was a weapon or I felt threatened by this individual when they was not even reaching or didn't even have a weapon to begin with. So what about those students? Thank you.
Any follow-up questions, thoughts? Yeah, Trustee Lathan?
I like the comment that Trustee Coble-Smith made about requesting data. And I wonder, just from Director Wisely, and Ms. Ibarra, is this something that we have to do tonight? Like, is there an event or something happening that you need? Or can we wait until you bring at the next board meeting data on what the officers have been used for, how many students have they interacted with in terms of discipline? I know you say they don't do discipline, but I've also been a principal. So I know that some principals do call security officers for discipline. So that's my question.
The contract that we currently had with STM is already going to end, I believe, at the end of December, the end of this month. And so that would mean that we would go into January without any service for safety.
So I am hearing the concerns, and I definitely am one who does not shy away from the fact that I am not supportive of school resource officers, and am very keen on trying to find alternative methods to support community safety. And so I definitely agree with, I think, a lot of the concerns presented here. I think one of the things that I'd like to remind the board is that these contracts before us, we're able to cancel them with a 30 days notice. So if for some reason we decided to move in a different direction, we could always do that. It sounds like we need a larger conversation with data, with more intentional discussion, because I think right, like I think such a drastic move might be a little bit shocking for a school district if we, were to do something. I mean, it doesn't sound like that's exactly what we're saying here today, but I think we need to be really intentional with our safety and addressing the safety concerns of the community. And so I'm wondering if, people are agreeable to that. That sounds good. Like we need to have a discussion that's a little bit more intentional about what we see for public safety across the entire school district. Does that kind of address some of the concerns that I'm hearing here? Vice
Okay.
President Rocha?
Unless you want to pay for more security or people working on the school site, and maybe our CSEA person here could come up and speak about what they do, because you don't have enough people running around to just secure the school itself. By not having these people, you have taken away and relying on 3 or 4 people that are running the school site.
Yeah, so I think exactly to that point, I think we need to look at what alternatives potentially there could be. Maybe we do need more of those school site safety people or different ways that we could look at this. But I think we need to have a more intentional conversation is, I think, what.
Well, since you say that we have a 30-day option, perhaps we need to go forward with the contract and have 30 days to be able to pull it if we don't want to continue it. Because I hate to leave the school site unsafe, especially for the teachers, because it's not the student so much as the teacher that gets involved, and then the parent that comes on site looking for somebody to take care of. And then if you don't have enough safety people to stop the parent, then who do you have?
If I
Trustee
could
Brown.
add, I am a mother who has a TKer, and so I agree with Vice President Rocha in regards to making it known that this is a 30-day decision that we're making, because I'm with the rest of them. I want to see data. I want to make sure that this company have integrity. I want to make sure that how many incidents were they involved in? Did they really do a full investigation, or was it just, I'm just happy, I just need to just put my hands on someone? Even though you mentioned that they're not going to be doing discipline, but sometimes people do get a little trigger happy, little title happy, I have a badge or whatever the case may be. And because of my student being in the school district right now, the thought of not having anyone for 30 days for her, even though she's, in elementary school, but anything could happen, like you said, on the outside of the school, next door, because our schools, we all know our schools are in residential areas. Anything can happen. And so I agree to move forward with the 30 days but give us the time to look at the data.
And let me just clarify. I think I might have been unclear here. So our next board meeting is in 30 days. So if we didn't approve this, we'd have that 30-day gap until January 29th. We can, cancel this contract with 30 days notice at any point of the length of the contract. So this contract is through June, so we could do it, tomorrow. We could do it in the middle of February. We could do it at any point in time. It would just take 30 days to fully terminate that contract, is what I'm saying there. Any other questions? Otherwise, I think it sounds later on when we have the agenda point, it might be good to specify that. I think this sounds like something we'll have a more intentional conversation about in the future. Trustee Lathan, any other items to?
No.
Anyone else have other items to pull, discuss, or have a separate vote? Otherwise, I will entertain a motion to approve the consent calendar as presented, items A through T.
I move approval from consent items A through T.
I'll second.
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded to approve the consent calendar as presented, items A through T. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes. Now moving on to action items. We have several action items. Action item 11J has been pulled, and we will start with item 11A, election of president for the Board of Education.
Mr. Mayor, I want to call you Mayor. Mr. Chair, under the circumstances that we have quite a bit of items going on with the attorneys, I believe that you have been involved, and I believe that probably the rest of us would be also in consideration of you continuing as your board chair.
And I would gladly accept that and feel really honored that you all believe that, and would gladly.
And it's coming from me.
Yeah. Great, so is that a motion?
That is a motion in place.
Great. Is there a second?
I'll second that motion.
Great, so it's been moved and seconded to elect me as the board president for the upcoming year. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes.
There we go.
Great. Next, we have election of the vice president for the Board of Education.
And Mr. Mayor, again, I'm calling you.
Yeah.
That word just stays with me. I would like to put my name in motion for VP again.
Ooh, I would like to interrupt you by saying that I would like to put your name in motion. Because I think it's been great working with you. I think.
Is this a love session?
Yeah, it is. And I think, like we said, we've had a year with a lot of items. We have a lot of things moving forward. You are our most experienced member here on the board with a lot of knowledge and wisdom, and I think it'd be great to have you help us work through a lot of those challenges. So I move to elect Vice President Rocha to another term as Vice President of the board.
I second.
Great. So it's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes. Next, we have the election of the board member liaison to the Contra Costa County School Boards Association. So this is a group of local school board members that's here in the Contra Costa area. I think it can be a little confusing. This is separate from the California School Board Association. But maybe Vice President Rocha, you can give a little bit more information as you're the last person that was serving there.
It hasn't been functioning as it should. It normally brings together the different areas for, shall I say, they usually plan programs with speakers on budgets and things that are pertinent to us. It could be even that right now, it's going to come up eventually, cell phones. We all know that's an issue. So this is what they do. So I'd be really appreciative if one of the new members would like to go, because it would be of interest to them to meet with other board members of other cities. And that's what it is. It's a county involvement of different members from each school district. So anyone there that would like to consider it. It's all yours.
I would like to consider it.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a great opportunity. So I'll move forward to select Trustee Kobo Smith as our representative liaison to the Contra Costa County School Boards Association.
And I will second that if you're making that a motion.
Great, yes. And so it's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. And the motion passes. Next, moving on to committee appointments. So we have two committees that we have. The first is the Antioch Unified School District and City of Antioch Committee that I think we're hoping is going to do a lot more work. So I'd love to move forward and nominate Trustee Lathan and Trustee Cobo Smith to join this committee. I think it'd be great to get some new people involved there, and maybe that'll help spur some innovation and thoughts there. So that is a formal motion if someone wants to second that. Oh, and if you all accept.
Yes.
I accept.
Yeah.
Can I get like a proper second?
Oh, I second.
Perfect. Yeah. So it's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no. And the motion passes.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
I really feel like, I know we're going to have a presentation on special ed. It just seems like we should have an advisory to the parents, and I was hoping that you might consider Dee here as our member and maybe establish one so that they can meet with parents on issues.
Yeah, I think the intention, I think, with these committee appointments here is to get the ones that we kind of have like formally in place, and then
This would
at
be a new one.
a future agenda item, which we can bring back our very next meeting. I think have the discussion of now what are some of the committees we want now that we have a new board, and then we can assign those people. And I think that makes a lot of appropriate sense to have Trustee Brown on that, and especially considering we've had a lot of special education discussion. So I imagine that would be something that we would want to appoint there. So not saying no, I'm just saying I think it
No, I
warrants
just
like a
bringing it
more
up.
specific discussion. Yeah. So for the Bond Oversight Committee, I'd love to move forward.
I'd like to have that one.
I was going to suggest myself and Trustee Brown, but I don't know how the rest of the board feels about that then. If Trustee Rocha,
can I share?
Vice President Rocha is interested.
Can I share first where we are?
So we're on item 11D, committee appointments.
No, I know where we are. I mean, for me to explain to them what the bond
Oh,
oversight committee
yes,
does.
yes.
So we made adjustments. The community staff members were wanting kind of more oversight for the bond oversight committee, like how we select our participants, the folks who will be on the committee. So Ms. Robbins and I met, and we came up with a process and administrative regulations, and the board approved them. And so where we are now is so the committee requires, I think, 7 or 9 people. Excuse me, y'all, I got a little cold. And we have almost the number we need of applications, and there's specific areas that are needed. So someone has to be from a tax organization. Someone has to be from a senior citizens organization. So we have applicants, and Ms. Robbins and I are going to go through, and the next step, I believe, is to interview those folks, or at least talk to them and see what their commitment is, because what we heard the last time is that not everyone would show up to those meetings, and we want to make sure that the folks are actually able to commit to this bond oversight, basically looking at, the funding for the bonds measures, and we're spending the money the way that we are supposed to spend it. And so this is an outside group. It cannot be someone who works for the district or a contractor for the district. So we have those applications, and I just wanted to offer support so that we're not just dumping it on folks, but that since I'm not going to be on this committee, that I'm willing, and Ms. Robbins can too, to keep going through the process so that we can get those folks actually vetted and on the committee. So I just wanted to give you all an update of what it is. It's basically just the beginning stages. You actually don't have to meet very often because it's not for you all. It's the beginning stage. It's not for the board. It's the beginning stages.
And I'll just add, once the committee is established, they can serve a 2-year term. So theoretically, if we select them and then they stay for 2 years, there would be no really input until another 2 years, until we had to go through the application process, unless somebody, removed themselves, and then we'd have to find other applicants.
So do you really need somebody from the from the site as a board member on the bond? Is that necessary then?
This is the committee to select the bond committee, because what we learned is that we just need oversight in terms of soliciting and supporting the district to get folks on this committee who are able to commit for the full 2 years.
Okay.
Yeah. So I I can second if we're in agreement that it should be President Hernandez and Trustee Brown. I can second that if that was a motion.
I had asked if I could be on the bond issue.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, well.
Yeah, do anyone have thoughts, or Trustee Brown, how do you feel about being on that committee?
Mary, have at it. I second Mary.
I'm just telling you which one I want.
Great, so is that a motion for myself and Vice President Rocha to be on that committee?
I second that too, yes.
Oh, well, I don't think we have a formal motion on the
sorry.
floor.
Yes, that would be.
Great, so it's been formally moved to have myself and Vice President Rocha on the Bond Oversight Committee. Is there a second?
I second the motion.
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed, say no, and the motion passes. Great, moving on to E, the 2024-2025 first interim report. I will turn it over to Ms. Robbins.
Interim report.
Good evening again. So this is our first interim budget report. So this is the first financial update since the original budget was adopted. I want to start by acknowledging Mia Cancio, who's our director and works really hard with her staff to get this whole budget report completed and submitted on time. So the first interim is basically a update to our school budget. And as you've heard me say in the past, a budget is not a static document. We continue to update it every day, and we are required to give updates to the board and the community, to the county Office of Ed, as well as the state. And this is our first official update. It includes information from July 1st, which is the first day of the fiscal year, and this report goes through most of the transactions through October 31st, and we review all the information and we present this report in December of every year. So again, it's to communicate the overall financial condition of the district to the governing board, the county office, the state, community, for everything from July 1st through October 31st. This is our budget cycle. So as you know, July 1st starts the new budget. So we adopt that in a June board meeting. First interim is through October, and we present it in December. We will come to you again in March for the second interim, and that will be information through the end of January. And then in May, we do what we call estimated actuals. May, June is estimated actuals. And the estimated actuals is how we think we're going to end the year. And that comes to you with the original budget for the following year. So we're going to go through the general fund. The general fund is the primary operational fund with all school districts. It is consisted of restricted and unrestricted funds. So within the general fund, you'll hear that term loosely. General fund could be unrestricted. Some people refer to that as unrestricted, but technically speaking, the general fund, which is Fund 01, is unrestricted and restricted dollars. So this report, just for everybody's information, we're going to compare what we did at adopted budget and where we are now. So we're going to have two columns, and then we'll go into what we call the multi-year projections. So when we adopted the budget, you can see these are our assumptions that we used to calculate our revenue, and information such as enrollment. Enrollment's in a very important piece of a school district and our funding, because funding is primarily based on average daily attendance, which means how often students come to school. So the more students that we have enrolled, technically the ADA is higher, and that would help our revenue increase. So for our estimated attendance from budget to first interim and our enrollment, they've both increased. So this district has had declining enrollment, and I know you've all heard that if you've listened to the state, but a lot of school districts in California are having declining enrollment. That means their enrollment is decreasing year over year. This district has been one of them that has been declining enrollment for the past 15, 20 years, and I'll have a slide showing that. Good news is that this year we are up a little over 200 students, so we are growing, which is fabulous. So you can see this was our estimate of what we're growing, but we're a little bit over. I think it was like 200. I have it on the next slide. Maybe like 217 that we grew. So for our budget documents, when we adopted the budget, we had an enrollment of 14,832, and we're actually at 15,200. Our funded ADA unfortunately did not change, and normally it would change if our enrollment went up and our ADA, but because we are using a funding model that the states allowed during COVID, which is an average prior 3-year average of our ADA, our average prior 3-year ADA right now could be higher than our current year ADA. So if the additional 200 students yields us more ADA, which means more students are coming, we could increase, and we'll look at that. That's the attendance that we use for funding is the first day of school all the way up to about April 15th. So we really don't know that number until almost the end of the school year. So we continue to use trends to estimate it when we build our budget. Our COLA. A COLA is how the state increases the revenue to school districts. It's just a little over 1%, but our local COLA is a negative 1.75, and that's based on the combination of the growth of the COLA, not our ADA is not increasing enough to yield the full COLA. And then our unduplicated count percentage is the same at 77.27. This is just a little picture of how the enrollment has declined since 2009, 2010. And you can see we have a little blip going up. So that's good news if we're going to start to increase. So this is our general fund. So this information consists of both restricted and unrestricted. In the very first column, you can see this was our revised budget. So that was our original budget, and we just updated it after we closed the books for the ending fund balance. And so the first interim here is the numbers, and this is the first 4 lines are the revenue, and that's how we record our revenue that comes in from the state or the federal government or local. And I'm going to talk about the differences here in just a minute. And then the middle of the slide is our expenditures. So these are the categories in which we record our expenditures for school districts. We have salaries and benefits, so we have certificated, we have classified, and then we have employee benefits. We have books and supplies, services, capital outlay, and then other outgoing. So I'm going to go over how the revenue changed. So overall, we've increased our revenue by about $19 million. And the reason for the increase primarily is federal revenue increased by about $7.5 million. And here's the reasons why. So the majority of the increase for federal revenue is our ESSER money. So we had a little bit of money left at the end of last year from ESSER that we carried it over, but the way that you book it is that you record what you've spent in the prior year, and whatever you have left, it's a new entry for revenue. So that when you're booking revenue from one year to the next, it could either be a carryover, which it ends in the ending fund balance, or it could be new revenue. So that's ESSER. That's our primary increase for the federal revenue. State revenue also went up about $7 million, and the primary increase for that is our after-school program. So our ELOP money increased by a lot, and we did not know that when we built the budget that our funding for the ELOP was going to increase. And that's based on the students and the unduplicated count that qualified us for additional funds. And then our local revenue went up about $5 million, and you can see the different categories of why it went up. Again, the CalShape, which is money that we're using to improve our HVAC systems, was about 1.2 million. And then we got additional grants. So oftentimes, if we apply for grants, we don't budget them until we actually get the approval. And so we did get some capacity grant and peer-to-peer youth mental health grant. So those are the reasons why our revenue increases. So when we get more revenue, we book it in the revenue side, and then we also have to book it on an expenditure side. So along with our revenue increasing, we also had our expenditures increase. And one of the reasons why is if we got additional revenue and now we got a grant and we're going to have to pay for services or pay teachers to do extra things, we would make an entry to the expenditure side. So again, these are the categories in which we record our expenditures. So salaries and benefits increased related to LCFF, the Title I's and the Title II, the Title III, the capacity grant, and some special ed. We had materials and supplies, and primarily that was due to the ESSER carryover that we were still spending on technology and HVAC improvements. So you can see the HVAC improvements in both the capital outlay and the materials and supplies. In regards to the after-school learning program, we have the BACR program, and so we're increasing the capacity there, and so we increased our expenditures to that service contract. And then we had some other contracts that we are using for technology, some contracts for special ed, and then the HVAC CalShape. So those are the reasons why our expenditures increased. So I'm going to go back to this slide. So you can see that we talked about our revenue, we talked about our expenditures, and then you could see that the net increase or decrease, so that means we're deficit spending. So you can see that our revenue is almost $34 million less than our expenditures. And that is alarming when you just say it in that statement. But because we had money that we were carrying over, that happens, because if you don't have revenue, but you have money left over from the previous year, which we had an ending fund balance of about 78 million, then we're going to have to deficit spend because we're going to spend it, we have to spend it down. So overall, our projected ending fund balance is projected to be just under 55 million. So here is the components of the ending fund balance. So we say that we think we're going to have about $55 million left at the end of the fiscal year, and these are the reasons why. In the middle of the slide here, you can see these are the legally restricted. So these are the programs that we're carrying over money to next year, and they're legally restricted for a specific purpose. We have a 3% economic uncertainty that is required by the state. And so we have to always have at least 3% for an economic uncertainty situation. And then we have some other assignments that are on the unrestricted side that we are paying for things like E-rate. So we were approved for about, was it 9 million, Chris? $9 million of E-rate. E-rate is improving our technology. So we got money from the state, but we have to also match it. So we are working through that, and we hope to have that done by June 30. But we're not guaranteed that we will have it done by June 30, so we're working through that. We have home-to-school transportation. We're still working on improving our home-to-school transportation for the regular school program, and so we have money still that we're carrying over because we're still trying to hire for that program. And then in addition to our negotiated settlements with our employee groups, we committed to paying for dental and vision and medical. And so we're reserving the money at the end of this year to pay for next year. So that is coming from the ending fund balance to pay for that negotiated settlement. So as you know, we've had a lot of one-time money. This district had, I think, over $128 million of one-time money during COVID. That money is expiring, and we are no longer getting any type of ESSER or COVID money. And so we are moving into a time where we have to consider the things that we may have committed to spending the one-time money on ongoing expenditures, such as positions or if we agree to a service contract. So we have to start reevaluating and trying to figure out what our ongoing revenue will be and how much we can afford to keep. So we do have learning recovery, which is one-time money, and that money is helping offset some one-time or some salaries and benefits for some positions that we have, which I'll show you in a minute, to offset it to help over the next 3 years so we have time to plan, because we are going to have to make some budget adjustments, budget reductions for next fiscal year. So this is just kind of talking about, you know, phasing out some of the one-time or the ongoing stuff that might be attached to one time. We have to, you know, look at operational efficiency and figure out what it is that we're going to change. This shows you the positions that are currently budgeted and being funded by the one-time money, the Learning Recovery Block Grant. So these are the FTEs and the types of positions that are currently, doesn't mean that we're going to eliminate these particular positions. These are just the positions right now that were added during COVID and used and attached to one-time money. So we just have to look at everything as a whole and then evaluate. So that is the current year. So it's the first interim, so it's where we were as of October 31st based on the original budget. And now I'm moving into what we call the multi-year. So in order to be certified with the state, we have to show that we can meet the requirements for the current year and 2 years out. This is just a visual of what our enrollment is the blue line for the last 5 years, what our ADA is, our average daily attendance, and what our funded ADA is. So remember I said that the state is now allowing us to do a 3-year prior average, which has yielded us higher ADAs. So higher ADA is yielding us higher revenue. So this is just a visual of those 3 numbers. This is showing the multi-year assumption. So we have to look at what we're projecting, how can we project the revenue, and what expenditures are going to go with that revenue for the next 2 years. So we use School Services of California. It's an organization that works on behalf of school districts and works with the state, and they give us assumptions. It's called the dartboard. And I stick with the dartboard because that's an easy, and it's a way that we can always go back, because our history on how I built my assumptions. So I'm not just saying, well, I think the COLA is going to be 5%. We know exactly what we're working with, and I would say 99% of school districts use their assumptions to help build the multi-year. I will say that we use this COLA here, 2.93 for 25-26. I did go to a professional development where School Services was speaking, and it does look like the COLA is going to change. We will go to the governor's budget in January, where we'll get all the information to start budgeting for next year, but I do expect that number to decrease.
Ms. Robbins, I noticed on the 5th line, projected enrollment, it decreases in 25-26 and 26-27. And I just want to know what the cause
That is because we use trends. And so even though we grew this year, if you look at a 3 or 5 year trend, it still decreases because we've decreased.
And have we thought about like the new housing that is being built and things like that?
Yes.
And the projection is still that we would decrease and not increase?
The projection, because the method is using trends. And so I could adjust it up and take a risk. But if year after year we start changing our methods, it's a little bit harder to understand why we use certain numbers. But that's why we do interims, because the CalPADS enrollment number comes in October, so I have time to adjust. But building the budget, I will stick with trends.
Ms. Robbins, even with TK being added, it would still decrease?
Yes, because the TK's only been in for because TK is affecting it, and we don't know how many kids we're getting. It's kind of an unknown.
Okay.
So even with the TKs that we got this year, we included that in our trends.
Okay.
But the year prior, we also included it, but I know that it's adding another month. So it should generate more students.
Okay.
Yeah, yeah. Whoops, sorry. Okay. So using the COLAs on the dartboard, using our trends for the projected enrollment, the unduplicated counts, we get our estimated attendance. So the other factor that can change is if our students are coming to school. So in the last year or two, our ADA has been low considering the pre-COVID days. So pre-COVID, we would get probably about 94% at this district. So that means 94% of our students are coming to school, 94% of the time. So, but since COVID, it's decreased. So again, using the trends, it could potentially lower, but we adjust it 3 or 4 times a year. So we're constantly monitoring it. So we're getting the estimated ADA for the next 2 years. And then on the expense side, we're looking at things like CPI. We're looking at trends on how much money we've spent. It's a little trickier because we've had a lot of one-time money, but we still look at trends on how we're spending money on like utilities, for example. But the CalSTRS and PERS, so the CalSTRS is for the certificated employees, that has not increased the last 2 years. So just for the new board members, CalSTRS is the retirement for the certificated staff, and those numbers have increased dramatically over the last probably 8 years. It used to be like 8%, and now it's 19%. The same with CalPERS, which is for our classified staff. Their rates are still increasing. So we do get estimates from them on what they project it to be, but we don't get finals until a couple months before we adopt the budget.
Ms. Robbins, for teacher pay, I know most districts pay like certificated staff, usually 80% or so of the budget, I don't know, goes towards certificated staff. Is that including CalSTRS and CalPERS retirement? So that's all together?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you.
We do use a 1% stepping column, so our employees do perhaps could step over on the column based on units, and then they can go down based on years. So that is an automatic stepping column for employees depending on where they are in the salary schedule. And on the very last line shows what has been built in this MYP for cuts, so that we can make our 3% and be at least the 3%. So at this point, and this number could change based on things that are happening. We might save a little money if we don't spend as much on utilities, or if there's a service contract that we're not spending as much money on. But at this time, and once I get more information in January from the governor's budget, and I redo the COLA, if the COLA does go down, this number could change. But at this point, we're looking at about a $3 million cut. So we will be doing board workshops, working with our administrative staff, working with cabinet members to identify cuts for up to about $3 million at this point. It could change. And then 4.2 in the third year. So the 4.2 cut needs to happen, but we're trying to figure out with the one-time money if we can make that land a little bit softer. So once we take all the assumptions that I just talked about, both for the revenue and expenditures, and we apply it. So we use our first interim as a base for the current year, and then we apply our assumptions, and then we go out for 25-26 and 26-27. So you can see that our deficit is decreased. So you can see it went from 22 to 4.9. And what that means is that we're spending down our one-time money. And so the deficit is not very large. And your goal is to not have a deficit, obviously. You don't want to spend more money than revenue that you're getting. But because we have the one-time money and we're spending down the ending fund balance, you are going to have a deficit until we spend it down. So our ending fund balance goes from about 17% to almost 11, and then to 9. And the majority of those ending fund balances, which you could see here, is on the restricted side. So in the out years, you can see how we're spending down the restricted dollars. So the ending fund balance, again, the components of ending fund balance is really important to understand because you understand what part is restricted, how the money can be spent, and if it's been assigned to something that we've already committed to. So for the first interim, we will have a positive certification. And again, a positive certification means the district will be able to meet its financial obligations for the current year and the subsequent 2 fiscal years. And then sort of just some thoughts. With the current assumptions, we will be able to maintain the state required reserves and fiscal solvency. Again, we're still spending down some of the large amounts of federal and state revenue. We're continuing to monitor enrollment and attendance. That's an everyday occurrence, an every week occurrence. We know we get students in, and if we have class sizes that are going over, we have to maybe add a class, so we continue to monitor the enrollment. As I said earlier, our enrollment increased by a little over 1%, or 227 students. That's really great news. Our local COLA, so the state funded us 1.07, but our local COLA is a negative. So that means we're getting less money than we should, theoretically. Projected average daily attendance over prior year increased. This is what I just spoke about. The LAO forecast is seeing stronger than expected revenues, but those funds are going to be set aside for Prop 98, which means the district won't receive additional funding for LCFF. So you might be hearing that the state's getting more money, but they're not issuing it for the K-12. Our COLAs could be lower for 25-26 by about 0.47. I'm estimating that to be about $950,000, but again, we'll recalculate that after the governor's budget. We have to review one-time positions and ongoing, against the ongoing funds. We will be having future budget meetings to identify reductions and changes to the budget, because there will need to be changes. Part of the spending of the ending fund balance, which I just spoke about, is going to our HVAC replacement, our computer purchases, and our negotiated settlements. So this budget or interim does not have any additional negotiated settlements for this year. So anything that we end up negotiating with our employee groups will also have to be added. And once we negotiate and settle that, that's when I add it back to the budget. The PERS increased for the multi-year, and then we continue to implement Measure B. So I will take questions, comments.
Questions? Trustee Brown?
I do have a question. So you mentioned enrollments. Do we really have the space, and will the space catch up to the time we need to increase these enrollments as far as like being overcrowded in our sites? How do you plan on?
So that's a good question, because our school district used to be a lot larger. So my quick answer is, yes, we should have space in classrooms throughout the district. Some sites, I'll give you Orchard Park, for example, they're at capacity. So between class sizes and the number of students that they have, we did have to overflow this year. So and that's one of the reasons why one of the projects is going to Orchard Park, because that will help give them more classroom space. And that is one of the areas where they have a lot of new houses or residential. So yes, the district overall has space. It just depends on where it's at.
And we do have a public comment if the board wants to hear that now or after questions now. So this comment is from Ken Kent.
Hello and welcome to the new term. Just wanted to kind of point out, I know that for 20 years of coming to board meetings at various school districts through the county, that there's an often overlooked piece when it comes to budgeting. It's a lot of information, there's a lot of things, and I want you to make as much of an informed decision as you can. While I would not characterize our current financial officers as Chicken Littles. We do tend to be very conservative in estimating decreases to our revenues and overestimating increases to our expenditures. And so to make an informed decision, I would encourage the board to ask for the last 10, 20 years of what have the actuals compared to the projections, to be able to understand how accurate the assumptions are that are being modeled year after year. That's all. Thank you.
Vice President Rocha, any questions, comments?
It was excellently done. No, at this point, no.
Trustee Lathan?
I do not have questions.
Trustee Cobo-Smith?
I don't have any questions.
Okay, great. I have a ton of questions.
Good. I'm taking it all in.
So when looking at the increasing enrollment, do we know where those students are coming from? Like, is that, like, do we have a sense whether that's all from increased housing, from movements from outside districts, from changes in enrollments in, like, private schools nearby? Like, do we know where, or just changing demographics?
I don't know the details of that. I know what school sites increased, but I don't I don't have anything lower than like where. I just know what school sites.
Got it.
Share that?
Yeah.
You know by heart?
Oh, no, I don't know by heart. God, I wish I did. No, I don't know. No, but we could do that in a Friday board letter based on where the increases were by site.
Yeah. And kind of associated with that, I'm wondering if these changes in students are also going to change what our unduplicated percentage of students are in our school district.
So that percentage did go up as well.
It did go up, okay.
Yes.
So it does, okay, so that tells us a little bit about these students.
Yeah, but when I show you what our unduplicated account percentage is, it's a 3-year rolling average based on the calculation, but the current year went up based on prior year.
Got it. And then, do we know, like, the Medi-Cal billing that we do, does that cover the, like, our expenditures in those services, or do we have additional expenditure to cover those services because of the Medi-Cal reimbursement rate?
I don't believe that it covers all the services. I think we just get there's specific services that are allowed to bill for it. But I can get more information on that because I don't know off the top of my head.
And I guess almost related to that, I also wonder, like, can we tie expenditures to some of these grants to get a sense of, like, I'm sure there's some grants where we're getting, like, more per dollar, like, we're getting, like, you know, like $3 for every dollar of expenditure that we're making when it comes to the grants that we're receiving. And I'm sure that there's places where we're getting, cents on the dollar for the expenditures that we have associated with that. Not that that's bad, because it depends on, like, what services and what that grant is, but I think that could give us a little bit of sense of, what we're spending on and what we're getting in return for some of those things. And then you might have already actually clarified this, and I missed the actual piece here. If our ADA is above that 3-year average, do we still get just the average, or do we get what our actual ADA is?
Whichever's higher.
Whichever's higher. Okay, great. And then I guess to, like, this larger question, because I definitely understand the point of why we are so conservative in our estimates and why, we wouldn't want to overestimate our enrollment and then be in a place where we've projected increases and then seen decreases, or projected, less expenditures when we have higher expenditures. And so I see that there's an incentive to do that. Is there any kind of incentive or reason why we would ever want to project increases? Like, does that signal something to someone? Does that make our district more attractive to some, like?
If the trend shows increases, we absolutely would show an increase.
Got it.
Absolutely.
And then I'm wondering if we could also get a sense of, like, what amount of ADA change would it take to cover that incoming deficit, or what amount of changes to unduplicated student count would also take to, like, cover those costs, and maybe start think, because I'm trying to think, like, where do we have some, we don't have perfect control over ADA, we don't have perfect control over what our population is, but we do have some control about making sure that families are qualifying for these programs and being identified, and then we have some amount of efforts we can put to getting students to school potentially in different efforts and things that we do.
So I will say that Stephanie Simmering, who's Director of Nutrition Services, does an amazing job of trying to identify the families that could be categorized and duplicated. And I know that we're working on, in fact, I think we have a job description on the thing. We're working on truancies and working really hard to get to, so part of the board, probably 2 board meetings ago, we approved a drivers. So instead of having bus drivers, we have regular drivers. So we're getting vehicles so that we can pick students up and not have to rely on a bus, and pick students up in a van and get more students to school. And we're working with student services in that office to identify those individuals that we can go pick up and take to school. And so trying to find ways to get students here. That both helps with their education, and then it also helps with funding.
Definitely, great.
And make sure you add that to the community schools grant, because that's excellent.
Yeah.
Great. And then I just want to say that, like, I think I really appreciate some of these beginning steps and being, like, transparent and, like, where have we been spending this one-time funding and, like, what could potentially be coming down, because I think the more prepared and transparent we are for that, the better we can, try to mitigate maybe some of that, and then, or just know that these tough decisions and trade-offs, and we can start thinking what different trade-offs that could be.
And I do actually have something. Before I ask my question, I would just like to say that I appreciate the conservatism. Like, I'm more conservative with my budget as well. But with that being said, my curiosity was piqued with the point that was made. And could I get a historical view at actuals versus projected?
Yep.
Thank you.
Otherwise, I don't think we have any other questions. So we do have to approve this report, so I will entertain a motion to approve the first interim report.
Second.
Well, we need a motion first.
Make a motion. I make a motion to approve the first interim report for the period ending October 31st, 2024.
Perfect. And do we have a second?
I'll second.
Great. So it'll be seconded by Trustee Brown. So it's been properly moved and seconded to approve the first interim report for the period ending October 31st, 2024. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes. Moving on to F, we have approval for reinstatement of classified position, district attendance liaison bilingual.
Yes, good evening, board. So to dovetail a little bit on Ms. Robbins' ending comments, the action item requested before you here, as you know, attendance is key not only for student success, but tangentially to our budget and our funding. So the request this evening of the board is to reinstate this position. This position did exist in Antioch Unified and was eliminated in 2020. Currently, our truancy rate for the district sits at about 18%. The goal tonight would be to approve this item so that our Personnel Commission could then go and take the necessary action needed to review and to begin the process of actually putting people into this position. So your action tonight is to reinstate the position so that then the Personnel Commission can continue to work on reviewing the reinstated position. In full transparency, we are not looking to hire, 10, 15, 20 people. We just talked about budgets. In full transparency, the district receives what's called equity multiplier money through LCFF. We have equity multiplier schools that qualify for this money, and those schools are Prospects, Bidwell, and Live Oak, our secondary continuation schools and independent study program. And so initially, if you approve this item, and the Personnel Commission can then take their action, what our Ed Services Department would like to work on with our Student Services Department is basically using this equity multiplier money to supplement some of our equity multiplier schools in a targeted fashion for truancy, and to really begin to target the truancy issues at some of those sites, and then potentially gather data and see how that's going.
Great. Any questions?
No, Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Vice
I
President
would
Rocha.
really support this because I have to tell you, I was a hooky cop and I was in that position. And we used to have it, two of us. Used to work out there, and we used to go out to pick up other students and go find out why they weren't attending. So I know that this is very profitable for the district, because then it does allow them to find out why they're not coming, and it allows them to make the, help in bringing them in. So I support that.
There's no questions or discussion. I will entertain a motion to approve.
Approval.
Great, that's properly moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded to approve the reinstatement of the district liaison attendance bilingual position. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes. Moving on to G, school plans for student achievement for the 2024-2025 school year.
So this is just an update of the SIPSAs to incorporate the carryover funds that they received. And so they have updated their school plans and brought it to their school site councils for approval. So it's just approving their carryover dollars.
Any questions or discussion? Otherwise, I'll entertain a motion to approve the school plans for student achievement as presented.
I move approval.
Great, so it's been properly moved to approve the school plans for student achievement. Is there a second?
I second.
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded to approve the school plans for student achievement for all sites in receipt of federal categorical spending as presented. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes. Moving on to item H, review and approve a tentative agreement and memorandum of understanding between the district and the California School Employee Association, Chapter 85.
Yes, so Board, you have received a tentative agreement between AUSD and our CSEA Chapter 85. We are currently still in negotiations with our CSEA labor group. However, this tentative agreement and ensuing MOU allows the district to increase our health and welfare benefit coverage for our classified employee groups effective January 2025, basically to bring them up to the level of our other employee groups, AEA and our certificated and classified management group. So it basically makes CSEA whole starting January 2025 and brings them up to the same level as benefit coverage as our other groups. As you know, or may not know, our CSEA group last year settled first before AEA, and so really they had the Me Too clause in salary, but not the Me Too clause in benefits. So we do feel that it's important to really help these classified employees avoid increased fees for medical coverage that will come for all classified employees who take medical coverage with us starting January 2025 if they're beyond that single party cap for the Kaiser rate.
Great, thank you so much. Is there any questions or discussion? Otherwise, we will entertain a motion to approve the agreement.
I move approval.
Great, so it's been properly moved to approve the tentative agreement. Is there a second?
I'll
Second.
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded to approve the tentative agreement between the district and the California School Employees Association, Chapter 85. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes. Next, we have item I, reentry of stipulated expulsion, number E857. This was a closed session item that we are now coming to make a motion on as a board. So I'll entertain a motion to approve the reentry of stipulated expulsion, number E857.
I move approval.
Great, so it's been properly moved. Is there a second? Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded to approve reentry of stipulated expulsion number E857. All in favor say aye.
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 All opposed say no, and the motion passes. Moving on to 12 items for information, discussion, action by board. We have item A, superintendent services, search services, and goal development consultation services. So we have a comparison chart before us and 4 different firms here And basically, they're proposing two separate things. One is either is the search services and the board goal development. We can take both of them from the same firm, or we can kind of mix and match. Any additional information on that I didn't explain well, Dr. Martinez?
Yes, again, as a process here, there are a wealth of information that the board has had. They have been in the public docket for review. The board, again, has the ability to either, if you decided, make a decision about one or the other groups. You can choose one group to do both, or two different groups to do Part A and/or Part B. At the bottom, there's a suggested process. We provide basically a sheet that allowed for the name of the organization, the lead recruiters, the base fees for the services that they're suggesting, the timeline of process, which is generally from January to May. One said they could do it maybe a little earlier, by April. And again, the proposed cost that's on this chart here. What we would anticipate is that the boards frequently like to actually hear from the people who have made the proposals. So there's a suggestion that maybe the board would like to have 1, 2, 3, perhaps all 4, attend a board session, a special meeting to present to you. You could then meet the recruiters. You could hear from them what their suggested process is. Basically, you invite them to that special meeting to come and present to you. Because, again, you have to enter into a contractual agreement with one of the companies to have them do this work. So the process would be, if you chose companies to come, you would hear them, and then you would enter into a contract that would be approved at another meeting for them to actually begin their process in going through all of the services that they have outlined in their responses to us. It's at the pleasure of the board what steps you'd like to take at this point.
Yeah, so I guess I'm happy to kick off the conversation because I think it's a little bit, there's so many things to consider. But I think I'm definitely in favor of, I think we should have a special board meeting to actually get some of these people to come back to us. It is an option if we're all in agreement to select one of these firms right now. But I think looking at these, I like what ELS kind of presented, but they're a very new firm, and I'd really would love to hear actually from them to clarify that what I'm imagining is what they're presenting. I particularly liked how extensive their board goal development piece was, but again, I think I would want more details. JG Consulting, I'd be okay with not inviting them back. They're very expensive. The more analytical side of me really enjoyed what they proposed forward. This very data-driven, objective piece using a lot of technology, but I think it's just very expensive for what they have there. I like Leadership and Associates because they're a very proven firm. They're, kind of middle-of-the-road cost of what we're looking at, and I think could fill our needs. And then I just wasn't personally excited about McPherson, Jacobson, and what they presented. So if we were going really streamlined, I would say let's invite back ELS and Leadership Associates, but I'm open to inviting more people back or what people think. So maybe that's a good starting place for discussion and thoughts and disagreements people may have there.
Mr. Chair.
Yeah, Vice President
I
Rocha.
would I'd go with these two, which is Leadership and McPherson. They're both local. They have people, you could see who they're made contacts with. You could see the school districts are pretty close by. And there's somebody that you can actually follow. Sorry, I don't have my paper with me. Those are the two for sure that I was interested in.
I would like to, so Leadership and Associates has definitely a proven track record. What I appreciate about the consultants who submitted their resumes and information is they were in districts kind of similar to ours, and have transformed those districts or, improved them in some kind of way. Sorry. So that's one that I can say for Leadership and Associates, just being in education and watching their integrity over the years. I really appreciate how they work. I agree with President Hernandez around McPherson and Jacobson. I was not impressed with their application. And then Education Leadership Services, I definitely want to see, I want to hear more. You know, it's nice to give people a chance just to understand more where they're coming from. And JG Consulting, 40,000 seems quite a lot. And they did not even include the board goal development. So I would go with Leadership and Associates and ELS.
Are we limited to 2? Is there any
No,
downside to
we
doing
could bring all
three?
3 of those back. I mean, it sounds, unless people also want to bring JG Consulting back.
Being so new to this, I think I would like to hear from Leadership, McPherson, and ELS.
Got it. I mean, yeah, I think that sounds, there's no reason why not to, and, you know, it's up to them whether they come and, yeah, present to us, but,
Can somebody tell me on the ELS, I think that was what you were talking about? When I read it, it said 9,000 and 600 per visit. Was there a different amount of money in there?
So I think several of these different, and it wasn't just ELS, it was I think all of them, have like additional add-on services pieces. So this is like the base, but like there's additional pieces of like helping coordinate like visits for like the candidates that we have, or that's just one of the examples that come to us.
Yeah, because
but, yeah.
leadership says 28,500 and 28,500, but McPherson has 19,450, but does not include the interviews of the candidates. So that
Yeah,
means
so
it's going to
there's-
go up just as much as 28.
Yeah.
So those two are almost the same. This is the only one I'm really interested is to figuring out how they're doing it for 9,000 and 600 per visit. How many
Yeah.
visits are they going to have?
I think if I remember, they were pretty local-ish, and that might have been what makes it cheaper. But yeah, I think there was a lot of information in these. So maybe it sounds like there's pretty good consensus on bringing back those 3 firms, and it does not sound like there's interest in bringing back JG Consulting.
No.
Great. Any additional? Yes, Dr. Martinez. Oh yeah, I was just gonna say if anyone had any additional thoughts they wanted to share about this process or things to consider. Well, we should, we'll have Maya try to find us a date to have a special board meeting sometime early in January.
The 8th, I hope.
Dr. Martinez?
No, I was just going to add that particular point, that again, yes, given that we're hearing that we'd bring back at least the 3 firms, we'd find a parameter, probably a 2-hour window of time, maybe during the day, if that's a possibility for you. So we'll look to get some information from whether we want to work directly with board president or poll the board on a couple of different dates. And then we'll go out to see if they can accommodate coming in to do that on that particular date. That way you don't want to have 3 different meetings to have 3 different presentations. You want to have them all come at the same window of time that you have available. So we'll work on that.
The week of the 12th.
Yeah, so I think we can either work with what we have before or change it.
And the point I think that Vice President Rocha is making is that that's the contractual finality. You'll hear their presentation, and then you can seek the clarity of having the actual contract that denotes this is what we're paying for, and if there are any other extraneous costs, because some of them have put in there, we might charge X amount for travel, but when you now know this is the company, they'll have more clarity for you. Remember, this is a broad proposal, so they have to basically come out and then they'll curtail the contract specifically to what you need, what you want to have, and the number of times that they'll come out and where they come from. That does add to the cost potentially.
Great. So it sounds like we have good direction there. Moving on to B, student board member. So this is just, hopefully it should be quick. This is just to give direction as a board that we'd like to have a student board member. We have the policy in place to make this happen. Typically, student board members serve from July to June. So I think the most feasible timeline would be to get a student board member to begin serving in the upcoming school year. So I guess the direction here would be that we're all in support of that, and then I can work with Superintendent Martinez to make sure that that happens.
Absolutely. Yes.
Any comments or anything else? I think it's pretty straightforward.
Did our new board members have the process for the school board member, how they're elected?
Yeah, so I did, develop a new policy a few years ago that we just never pushed forward.
No, but do they have it? Do they have the policy is what I guess I'm getting at
Yes, so we have a policy on this.
for the new board members too. Because there's a process that we have to go through.
Yes, we will provide the policy directly to the board members, so everybody has the same starting place as we're going forward.
Okay.
Sounds good. Moving on to 12C, we do have some public comments on this piece. So the first comment is from Adrian Avila.
Hello. Yeah. Good evening, board members. My name's Adrian. I've lived in this community for several years now. My daughter attends Deer Valley. My son's going to go to Jack London. I'm here tonight to speak in strong support of the district-wide PLA. It's more than just about getting the projects done. It's about how we do it, who it benefits, and the final product. PLA sets high standards of safety, training, right, and good product delivery. It's a way to invest in our communities, into our local workers, and into our future, frankly. The PLAs promote hiring apprentices, requiring contractors to hire apprentices, right? Giving opportunities to our youth, right? The kids that are graduating with my daughter from high school, and maybe people that look for an opportunity in the area, right? To get a career in the building trades. So I just wanted to express my strong support for the PLA.
Thank you. Next, we have Ken Kent.
Hello. I just wanted to express my support for project labor agreements and to point out that sometimes we get caught up in the budgets of the cheaper option without a look at what it impacts in our community. PLAs speak to our values. You know, they include things like local hire and prevailing wage, and they ensure that more of our community's resources stay in our community. We get better quality work, we get better accountability, and our families get living wages, get stability. When a family has a living wage, their children are raised with less trauma, they have more stable housing, they have less food insecurity and better nutrition, they do better in school academically and emotionally. So when you're looking at PLAs, make sure that the components included are the things that will benefit our communities and our workers and our families. Thank you.
And then next, we have Eric Haynes.
Good evening, board. My name is Eric Haynes. I am a business representative with Sheet Metal Workers Local 104. I'm also here tonight to answer any questions later on if you have any on behalf of the building trades. First and foremost, PLAs promote a skilled and trained workforce. Without a PLA on public works, there is no requirement to use apprentices. 90% of the 72,000 registered apprentices in California are building trades apprentices. The other 10% are non-union. About 50% of the work on public works is done by non-union contractors, if not more. I'll let you do the math on that. Building trades contractors, their apprentices, they use apprentices on public works and on private projects. The non-union does not. So this gives an opportunity for students coming out of these schools to get into a program that has 4 to 5 years of training. Ours offers a college degree now with Foothill College. Phenomenal. Cost impacts is another myth. They're based on prevailing wage. Union or non-union, they're paying the same rate. But what you get with a project labor agreement is the workers are dispatched out of the appropriate hiring halls, and they have health care that is provided to not only them, but all of their families. The health care given on non-union workers is for themselves, and then they have to pay an exorbitant amount of money to add their spouses or their kids. It's absolutely crazy. So I can, well, I mean, if I had 10 minutes, I'd fill it. I know you're going to have some questions. I would love to answer them. I'll be here. We support the project labor agreement for this district. I will go with this. Antioch City, Pittsburgh School District, Concord, Mount Diablo Unified School District, Contra Costa Community College District, Martinez City, Martinez Unified, John Sweat, West Contra Costa School District, Richmond, Rodeo, Hercules, Pinole, El Cerrito. I probably missed some in there. Those are all PLAs that we have with the building trades and those districts. Thank you.
Thank you. Great. So I guess what I'm kind of bringing before the board here is I would love to get direction from the board to make this a little bit more explicit and to direct me to work with the superintendent, bring back that district-wide PLA contract to us, as soon as possible, ideally by our next board meeting, but, as soon as I think is feasibly possible. I think we had a discussion on this previously that I think got sidelined into being delayed. And so I think I'd just love to bring that back for us. And I think that's where if people have concerns, we can have a bigger discussion that once we actually have the actual contract in front of us.
I do have a question.
But yeah, absolutely.
For the gentleman that came up, the way it was explained to me, and this is for folks who are watching as well, is, so the gentleman who came up earlier as a part of the presentation for the bond talked about the last part of the bond spending, for example, which is construction. And if a private firm is hired, then they would need to contract out with the union. Is that what that means, or no? Does it mean something else?
So if the district passes a project labor agreement for all construction projects of $1 million and over, and they include any projects funded by any of the bonds, then the bid would have to go out with the PLA, which hasn't been negotiated yet. So the PLA would spell out the requirements for each project that is covered by that PLA. So if a project all of them in Contra Costa County are $1 million threshold. So anything $1 million or over would be covered by the project labor agreement. Does that answer your question?
No, but I might not be asking the question clearly. So whatever contractor, and you might know this too, Ms. Robbins, whatever contractor is hired, say it is a private firm, my understanding is they have to seek out unions.
No,
That's not it.
there's not a requirement to hire a union contractor. The PLA spells out workforce. It's basically workforce requirement, not contractor requirements. So all of the workers, you could have any contractor be awarded the project, but all of the workers have to be dispatched appropriately for their whatever, say sheet metal workers. If it was a non-signatory contractor, which means they're not signatory with Local 104, they would request workers from our dispatch hall, our hiring
That's
hall.
exactly, yep, you answered the question.
Yes.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Yeah, Vice President.
We had a meeting going, the two of us, and we've had meetings with the attorney and so forth on this subject. The new members did not hear the information, so I don't know if you want to do that all over again? How do you want to approach it?
My approach would be to not do that again. I feel like that process was purposely obstructive, if I'm quite frank.
All right. If there is an understanding from the other members, are they aware of the project and all that?
Yeah, so I guess to some of the points that Eric Haynes made, some of the typical and this is what's the city of Antioch and all these places, they all kind of have this same standard PLA template that uses this $1 million threshold for 5 years, and then unless either we as a school district or the building trades has an issue with it, that kind of just automatically rolls over. And those are kind of the big pieces of that. So it doesn't encompass every single project, just those that are over $1 million.
Yeah, I know that we did the Antioch High School with a PLA. And so I also know that the carpenters have to be included because at this point it's just been the building trades. So we would need to have an understanding there too.
Yeah, that would be great.
The carpenters are included in our agreements,
All right.
even though they are not affiliates of the building trades
No, I know that.
currently.
But
Their
I've-
language is in our agreement, and the signature line is there for them. And as far as I know, they're involved still with every PLA that we have active or are currently negotiating in Contra Costa County.
Okay, that's the only piece I would like to know more about, because I understood it wasn't. So I just want that cleared.
100% included.
Okay.
I just have one more comment.
Yeah, Trustee Eichstein.
I went to the Boilermakers local union in Pittsburgh a couple of weeks ago, and they are working with students in Antioch Unified and Pittsburgh Unified. And I was so impressed. You know, I was talking to the union lead, and he was saying it's a great opportunity for people who are, you know, just have a passion for it, might not want to go and get a 4-year degree, but can still make a nice living. He said most of the folks that he knows of that are welders and things like that make over 6 figures. And a lot of the folks live in Antioch and Pittsburgh and, you know, like in Contra Costa County. And I'm like, we need our folks. This is our community to be able to work in our schools. And just imagine how proud students will be that their parents are there and the local community as well. So I'm in favor. I'm hoping that we can finally move forward with this because we need skilled workers and we need workers who are in our community.
I have no problem with the PLA. I have not. I just wondered if the timing was too soon, that's all. Because we're not in construction until the end of, what, the year or so?
Yeah, and I think the last time we talked, it was left with both the attorneys, and also I think that they were going to give us information on how many local workers were in the union.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure we saw that either. So I just think there's probably some follow-up that we need to do.
Yeah, there may be, yeah. But I think as long as they have direction to work with the superintendent to get a contract back to us, I think that's enough.
Fine.
Yes.
Great, awesome. 13 resolutions for first reading, there are none. 14 resolutions for immediate action. We have A, Resolution 2024-2542, destruction of records.
Yeah, this is a resolution that will come to you often when we have records that are ready for destruction. So there's a retention policy that we go by, and we store them off-site, and then when their dates are up, then we destruct them. This is handled through our purchasing person.
Great, unless there's any questions, I will entertain a motion to approve the resolution.
I move to approve.
Great, so it's properly moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Great, so it's properly moved and seconded to adopt Resolution 2024-2542 for the destruction of records as presented. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes. Moving on to 14B, Resolution 2024-2543, authorizing provisional internship permit. I'll turn it over to Ms. Wells.
Thank you. Yes, so board, this is a resolution that you are going to see pretty much every board meeting, standard. As you know, there is a shortage of qualified teachers in the state of California. So Human Resources requests that the staff members listed on your page be approved and granted under Ed Code what's called a provisional internship permit, a PIP. It allows a certificated teacher to be in the classroom under Ed Code while they work on enrolling in a teaching credential program and completing requirements towards an internship credential, which then is a pathway to their preliminary teaching credential. So again, you'll see these quite often from Human Resources, and the request is to approve the person or persons listed on the attachment for a provisional internship permit.
Great, unless there's any discussion or questions, I will entertain a motion to adopt the resolution. Great, so it's been properly moved. Is there a second?
I second.
So it's been properly moved and seconded to adopt Resolution 2024-2543, authorizing provisional internship permit. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes. Moving on to C, Resolution 2024-2544, authorizing instructors to teach outside of credential authorization for the 2024-25 school year.
Yes, again, this is something that you will see quite often, a request from human resources staff. This basically allows a single subject credentialed teacher to gain authorization under Ed Code to teach outside their credential area. We do work closely under Ed Code and state code for aligning teachers with their credentials and what they're teaching. However, sometimes teachers teach things that there aren't specific credentials for. For example, the request before you tonight, the teacher holds a single subject math science credential and physics, but they are also going to be instructing home hospital. And so in order to be properly certified through the state of California under Ed Code, they must hold this authorization in order to instruct students for home hospital purposes. So that is the request this evening.
Great. Unless there's any questions, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the resolution.
I move approval.
I second.
Great. So it's properly moved and seconded to adopt Resolution 2024-2544, authorizing instructors to teach outside of credential authorization for the 2024-25 school year. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. And the motion passes. Under item 15, resolutions for second reading and action, we have none. Under 16, board policies for first reading, we have none. Under 17, board policies for second reading and action, we have a few. These are the first time our new board members are seeing them, so maybe we can get just a quick description of each of these as we go through them. So board policy 0415.1, racial equity.
Sorry. So about a year ago, actually it was last year, we, through the anti-racism grant that our district received, we were doing some work, and one of the things that we realized is that we had no policy that spoke specifically to racial equity in the district and our position on that. And so that, along with the work that we had engaged in this year with anti-racist practices, we just felt that it was time and appropriate to present to the board a policy to consider. And so that's what's before you.
Great. Any questions? Otherwise, we'll entertain a motion to adopt the board policy.
I move approval.
I'll second.
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded to adopt board policy 0415.1, racial equity as presented. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes. Item B, board policy 4033, lactation accommodation.
Yes, so the recommended revision for this from CSBA basically encompasses the updated Title IX regulations that were revised in April of 2024. Those revised Title IX regulations now encompass non-discrimination and grievance procedures based on sex, and part of that is a person's right for the ability to either nurse or have a lactation facility available to them. That has always been the case for the last several years. However, now there are Title IX grievance procedures folded into that as well, and thus the revision.
Great. So unless there's questions, I'll entertain a motion to adopt board policy 4033.
I move approval.
I second.
Great, since properly moved and seconded to approve board policy 4033, lactation accommodation, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes. And item C, board policy 4218.1.
Yes, so again, this is an existing board policy with some slight revisions. Basically, there was a law that was passed affirming that union officers are protected under the EERA and prohibiting retaliation against them for participating in union activities. And so additionally, the policy aligns basically the discipline standards with these legal standards, and thus the recommendation for a revision by CSBA.
Great, so again, unless there's questions, I'll entertain a motion to adopt the policy as presented. Great, so it's been properly moved. Is there a second?
A second.
Great, so it's been properly moved and seconded to approve Board Policy 4218.1. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no, and the motion passes. Moving on to 18, information items for general information. There are none. 19, future agenda items from board members. So here you can say whatever future agenda items you'd like to see. You don't have to provide any kind of rationale, and it's actually best practice probably to not. So we can start maybe with Trustee Cobo-Smith. Any items?
I don't have anything.
Trustee Lathan?
Yes, the SSO data that we talked about.
Great. The like public safety and
Oh,
the
safety.
with
Okay, I
the
saw.
security
Yeah,
firm
security.
and Vice President Rocha, any future agenda item?
Nothing right now.
Trustee Brown.
Well, since Rocha forgot, the advisory board for special ed is one.
Oh, I'm sorry.
And then
I brought it up,
two-
didn't I?
It's okay. And then two, the data as well, as Dr. Jack said, in regards to the safety patrol and all of that good stuff. And if I may also, you mentioned, Ms. Robbins, about the van taking parents. If you can, probably send an email in regards to how many students are being affected by or is using those services.
We can get information into a Friday letter. Usually the board will have a Friday letter that'll have those updates contained in it as well, so.
So we're just in the process of hiring
Oh, okay.
individuals, so we're not quite there yet, but we're really close.
Well, I'm loving it because I'm all for families, so that is really good. Thank you.
I did have one.
Yes, Vice President Rocha.
You know, well, actually, you brought it up when I also went to the Boilermakers. I was going to ask, maybe we could have a presentation about how our CTEs classes are coming along and how our youngsters are maybe learning more about them. And, you know, that's it.
Great, perfect. And if anyone thinks of anything else, you can send that to myself and Superintendent Martinez. Great. Moving on to 20 additional comments which exceeded the first 30-minute session limit. We have none. And then 21 report/comments from board members. So this is a chance to either comment on committees, things you've been doing in the community. We kind of use it as like a feel free to share whatever you haven't had the chance to kind of share. And maybe you can start with Trustee Brown.
The only thing I am very interested in doing is visiting our special ed department.
Oh, excuse me. We are having a presentation, are we not?
Yes, that still should be coming.
In January? I think that's what yeah, that would be good.
Vice President Rocha, any comments or?
Well, just that we had a visit. I took Olga with me to visit the ELAC parents over at Marsh. We had a great time. It was their holiday time, and also getting to get acquainted. And they have several things that came up, and they're going to look into them. One was about reading time for children from the library. The other one was understanding computer work. A lot of our parents don't really know. Me, for instance, on these computers, would get a little upset with them. So maybe looking into something we could do. That was okay.
Great. Trustee Lathan?
Yes, so I mentioned this earlier, but I wanted to give more specifics. On Saturday, November 16th, Tom Torlakson, who's our former state superintendent in Boilermakers 549, hosted the first annual Whole Child Institute at the Pittsburgh Boilermakers Local 549 Training Center. It was amazing. Vice President Rocha was there as well. Students, families, and staff were in attendance. Thank you for the Antioch Unified staff that participated and helped putting that together. And one of our students was actually honored, and she received an award. Her name is Ziana Nero. And so I believe she was the only student awarded there that day, but I'm very proud of our student. And then I went to the Special Olympics. I believe it was at Heritage High School. So thank you to the SPED staff. The students were playing soccer, so they apparently rotate, go to different schools and play different events. And it was the cutest thing. There was so much joy on the students' faces, and then the parents who were there as well. And just, it was lovely. So those are the two things I wanted to share.
Trustee Cobo-Smith?
Yeah, I would just like to piggyback onto what Trustee Rocha shared. The Marsh ELAC meeting was phenomenal. I've been with my granddaughter since she was in second grade. She's now a ninth grader at Deer Valley. I've been to many ELAC meetings, and I am just wondering how Marsh created such a robust program. And I would love to just continue to follow that up and see how we can scale it to all of our schools, because it really was beautiful.
Great, and I just have a few things to share. I went to a water policy retreat where I ran into our awesome staff at the airport randomly as they were coming back from the Solution Tree Conference, so that was a fun surprise. They were coming back and I was heading in. I also did some trainings for people interested in learning about school boards, and then we were all at CSBA, all 5 of us, including our Superintendent Martinez, and I think it was great to have us. I can't remember the last time we've actually had all of us at CSBA, so that was really cool. And then I do owe people a bunch of books, and so I bring them as gifts for our board here. So first, I want to share the first book is The Life and La Vida de Selena. It's a great, fun book, super colorful. I know that Vice President Rocha often reads to the little ones, so I think this one has some great visuals. So I'd like to give this to you
thank you.
find a way either into one of our classrooms, to some kids this Christmas. Some way of getting this out into the community would be great. And then I bring some books that I think reflect some words of affirmation as we start off a new year as a board. So for Dr. Jag, I have this book called Who I Am, Words I Tell Myself. I know Dr. Jag's already super confident and always says what's on her mind, but I think everyone can always use some additional words of affirmation. So I'll give this to you, and if you have a chance to get that into the hands of some child somewhere or some classroom, yeah, perfect. For Trustee Brown, I have this book called The Reflection in Me. Again, I think there's a lot of reflection as you start off a new journey as a school board member, and sometimes I wish I would have taken some time to do more reflections on everything that's happened. So again, the intention is to find some way to get this into a classroom, into the hands of a child, or some way of doing that. And then for Trustee Cobo Smith, I have She's Got This, again, another affirmational book. This one is by Lori Hernandez, who's a gold medal gymnast. So she wrote this book. Again, I don't have to say Trustee Cobo Smith, I know, is very confident in herself. But again, I think we can all use some additional words of affirmation. Great. So I think I've cleared out my book debt to everybody now at this point. But I will continue to share books that I find good and interesting. Future meetings, our next meeting is January 29th and February 19th. And for adjournment, I'll turn it over to Vice President Rocha.
I have a lot of materials that I brought back with me, but I'm only going to give you a few, and I'll give you some next time too. But this I think is important. It talks about the issue of immigration and ICE and how our students should be kept safe. And I thought I'd send it off to you just to take a look at it for each one of you. I gave some. And then my other item was that, I don't know how many of you even knew Superintendent Burke. Superintendent Burke was 92 years old. He passed yesterday. I just got a phone call today. They're going to have his services at the Lone Tree Golf on January 10th. And maybe we could put it on some kind of a newsletter or whatever, however we meet our teachers, because some of them might know him still. He was here for the Long District over 10 years, I believe, in our district office. And I know I was a board member at that time when he was on board. So I just wanted to pass that on. Thank you.
Great. And with that, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
I move approval.
It was properly moved,
A second.
and it's properly moved and seconded. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no, and the motion passes. Happy